for the FP4?
Now,
Hi guys, and welcome to the Gala Maybury in Edinburgh, where we are about to bring you the final table of the Scottish Amateur Championship. Let's go over to the Maybury. So we're looking at the final table there. Players just about to take their seats. Lee, are you there?
I am very much here, Des. How are you doing? How is the sunny south coast of England? I am up in the what's been a very sunny Scotland for the weekend. It's been an absolutely packed casino. For those that have kind of played APAT back in the day, they'll remember the Maybury Casino. We had many a fantastic Scottish Championship here. Well, it has been absolutely rammed for the entire weekend. We've got 3 tournaments on the go at the moment. We've got the final table of the main event. The guys are just lining up for their photo. Tom is just getting that arranged. But we've also got the PLO Championship happening, and there's also a No Limit Hold'em side event as well. So pretty much just about all the tables have still got poker being played on them at the moment. It's absolutely crazy. Whilst Tom's just getting that set up, what I can do is I'll take if you flip to my camera, Des, I can
Lee, there you go.
I can give you a quick walk. So we've got a couple of tables here which are playing No Limit Hold'em side event going on in here. So, and for those that remember, the card room is split into kind of 2 rooms. So if I go through here, through the little gateway here, this is where there's another 2 tables of No Limit Hold'em going on, and then the remainder of the PLO. Got very warm in here yesterday. As again, I'm sure Susan remember, it's a B-listed building, the Maybury Casino. Absolutely stunning building. And but we are focusing in on these guys down here, the remaining players for our main event. We'll run through the runners and riders in a space of time as they're all absolute professionals getting gathered for their photo. Some of the eagle-eyed will spot there's only 8. We've got 1 player that is stepped away from the photo, so we'll also be cautious about that on the live stream that we do. But there we go. So that's kind of photos done, and now Ross, the TD, is just getting one for the venue as well.
Fantastic. I'm just setting up
players in very much in demand here. So we'll be pretty much underway. 227 runners in the total, Des. We got just a small number, just the 5 from the online day one, but then 111 exactly for each of the day 1A and day 1B for this event. So that created a prize pool of £22,700, and up top for the winner, 3,500 is what the players are playing for.
£3,500, and of course the APAT medals, not to be missed. The APAT medals, blooming hard to get hold of one of those, Lee, it has to be said.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the 9 players that are remaining, these guys have all locked up £650. There was a minimum cash of 200 for finishing 35th. Everyone in day 2 made it in the money, and I think Tom's just going to come round, and we're just about getting ready to go, so we'll listen in.
Fantastic. There he is, just dicing around the card room.
Yeah, I didn't start off. Right, guys, just before we get started, just a reminder there is no deal making in this event, so the prize up there will need to stick, so there's no saver, etc., etc. Okay. I want to drop it in. Somebody chop. Somebody chop.
Got our medals for top three.
And you got your medals for top three. Got your medals for top three, guys. The lines are 40k and 80k. You've got basically a full level left of that. And Bonnie got up seat 2. Best of luck, Daniel. Shuffle up and deal, please.
Good luck, guys.
There we go. So Ross has got things underway. So I say we're a little bit tight around this table at the moment. We will be breaking the table that's right next to this one as soon as they can from the side event, and then we'll do that. But I'll try and rattle you around the table, Des, so you can see what who we've got here as best as I can in the first instance. Yeah.
Shall I take it? So seat 1 here, Lee, is Chris Johnston. Chris is sat with 2.3 million in chips. In seat 2, we've got Rory Anderson. Rory's sat with 2.4 million in chips. Then we've got Donald Elliott in 3. Donald's got 2.5 million in chips. Those players very tightly knitted together. Seat 4 is Paul Brown, 5.1 million in chips. Paul starts as our chip leader. Seat 5, we've got Chris Wilson with 2.5 million in chips. William Higgins is in 6 with 450k. We've got DH in 7 with 3.2 million in chips. Dave Kingswell, 4.1 million in chips in seat 8. And in seat 9, we've got Miguel Salvador with 700k in chips. So there's your runners and riders for this final table. A lot of support already coming in for Mr. Kingswell. So Di Farrell, go on, Dave Kingswell. Where's your BB Polo? Of course. Eddie Niasco, good luck, David. And Bannon is out there. Chris Briggs, no deals? Yeah, absolutely, since day one. No deals. You're playing for the national title and the medals. You can't chop those, of course.
No, so let me run through the prizes, Des, for those that might be just tuning in. So 9th place is £650. Then we go £800, £950, and 6th place is £1,100. 5th place is £1,350. 4th place and just missing out on the medals will still get you £1,600. Then the top 3 places, the bronze medal position, 3rd place will pick up £2,000. 2nd place, you're going to get your silver medal and £2,500, and then up top £3,500 and the gold medal and APAT Scottish Amateur Poker Champion for 2023.
Nice, very nice indeed. I'll just do a bit of admin here in the background, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do that. And I'm going to go and discreetly, well, not discreetly, I'll openly say to Mr. Kingswell, just so you're aware, when you look at your phone,
he hasn't got his
you're on that camera, just so you know. No, just so you know, for your own, just be cautious that is there. Yeah. Just if you start swiping on Tinder or anything, Dave, that's all. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, just I don't want anyone to get offended at home. Yeah. Yeah. So that's so already got a little pot building here. In seat 5 is Chris, and he's been called by seat 7, who we are just going to call seat 7 because we've asked to remain anonymous, and we've just got initials there, so we'll go with that. Yeah, that's fine. And Chris is going to show 10-9 for the flopped pair of 10s, and that will be enough to scoop a nice number of chips there.
Start.
So for those that like their denominations, let me run through what we've got on the table. We've got greens, and we've got yellows, and we've got kind of orangey salmon type color. So the greens are we're getting very fancy. The greens are the greens are 5k chips, the yellows are 25,000 chips, and the orange ones are 100,000 chips. There is 22.7 million chips in play, and as you said, Des, chip leader going into this was Paul Brown with 5.1 million, but closely followed by Dave Kingswell, 4.1 million. Yeah. So between the two of them, they've got heading up towards half of the chips on this final table. Blinds, as Ross said, are 40,000, 80,000 with a big blind ante of 80,000, and so we've already got D in seat 5 who's raised it up to 200,000 under the gun. So it's
See a
Chris, yeah, it's Chris Wilson in the small blind, William Higgins in the big blind, and Dave Kingswell's made the call next to act. We're folding all the way round, and on the button is our chip leader, Paul, and Paul's re-raised it to 475,000 straight away, using a bit of applying a bit of pressure with his stack here. Small blind folds, as does the big blind. So we're round to the initial raiser, very quickly folds. What's Dave Kingswell going to do here? Call the raise, and he's going to call the re-raise as well. So we're going to be two players to see the flop.
6-3 king there, guys.
6-3 king, yeah. Check from David. And Paul fires that bet of 300,000. Decision back on Dave, who's counting out some chips there, Dave. And it's more than a calling stack.
It's come to play, Lee.
Yeah, he's made it 850,000.
Razor's good.
And it is. And Paul folds, and Dave scoops the first big one of this final table.
Nice hand. That will do the confidence no harm at all. Out there, good luck, Dave Kingswell. So Rich Baker, of course, took down the main event of the UK COAP at DTD just a couple of weeks ago. Watching in on YouTube. Lisa Greer, go on, Dave, do a win. A lot of sport for Dave, as you might expect.
Yeah, it's I mean it's hard push. I mean, it's been a very heavy kind of local based event for us, which I think we kind of knew would be the case because of the time of the year and the travel for a lot of people. So there's a lot of local players that are playing this. But Dave is one that's rocked up and played. We've also seen Ben Burnhill here for the weekend. Naz was an online chip leader coming into this day two. Didn't last too long in the main event, but he's currently playing in the side event, so he's giving that a go. So still nice to see lots of our regular Scottish players playing this, but also lots of new faces to APAT, and certainly on this final table, we've got a lot of new faces, which means likely we will have a new name as a champion.
That's pretty cool. I mean, 220 was an outstanding number. Outstanding.
Yeah, it really was. Considering, to do 111 each of the days, and it's been so slick with the card room here, the staff and everything. Really, nothing's been a blip at all. It's been superbly well run. Ross, who's in from Grosvenor, working. PDing, and all the staff that have been dealing. And as you will remember, Des, from our days at the Maybury, the staff here are just nothing is too much trouble for them. The bar staff and the management and the restaurant staff, they've been absolutely superb all weekend. Really have.
We used to be really well looked after by Ali back in the day, Lee.
Yeah. And I think a number of the staff very much are still here from sort of 12 years ago. So Chris Wilson picks a little stack up there. He started with 2.5 million, so just adds a few more to his stack. A couple of the real two short stacks here are William in seat 6 and Miguel in seat 9, both playing sort of between half a million and a million. And unfortunately, with blinds at 40,000, 80,000, that doesn't leave you much wiggle room, does it, Des? Really?
No. They're going to have to make some decisions soon. Barry Sloan's out there. Bar staff were good all weekend. Could not even get table service. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's what happens when APAT comes to town.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much the bar does. What I would say is the card room is so close to the bar area that it's easy to nip to the bar and get something. Trying to get any valets or bar or table service through the card room when every single seat is being occupied. It's tough enough for us to kind of try and walk through. And just as I was talking about short stacks and what they're going to do, we've got an all-in from William out of seat 6. There's been a raise from our chip leader out of seat 4, so it's folded round to him. So decision to make. He'd already raised it up to 160,000, so just a min raise. He's asked for a count. How much is it? And William said it's five something. I think he's going to make the call. He's making the call. So it's King 10 for our chip leader Paul, and it's Ace 10 for William. It's Ace 10 that's at risk. Here we go.
Here's the king in the window.
There's the king. Needs to avoid the ace, and does avoid the ace. And we're going to have our first exit at this final table, and it's going to be William Higgins who's going to depart in 9th place, picking up £650. Not a lot you can do there, and I think really for the chip leader, it's a kind of it's an obvious call for the kind of stack that William was playing. Really,
and for the short stack, an ace 10 looks nice, doesn't it? I mean, you're going to have to go with that.
And very much so, it is chips going to chips. Yeah, there we go. So there is our chip leader Paul Brown adding to his stack, and we're very quickly down to 8.
Fantastic, Lee. If you get a chance for me, the main camera, could you put it up by a click or two?
Yeah, of course I can.
There we go. That's perfect. Thank you. And a little bit to the... Yeah, that's spot on. That'll do. That'll
right?
Very nice.
Is that right? Yeah,
that's
yeah,
fine.
cool.
That's good. Good.
As I say, we'll have a little bit more room to move around once they break one of the tables from the side event. Tom's just now set up his laptop next to the final table, so that means he's probably going to do some sort of spreadsheet work. That's what Tom normally does at the weekend. He literally opens up for fun. He opens up a spreadsheet for fun and just does stuff because that's what he can do. What's been great here, we've had a number of the Deaf Poker Tour guys here for the weekend. As you may remember them from a number of years back.
I do, yeah.
Turned up some. Well, their tour has very much been growing, and there has been a group of them here playing these events this weekend, which has been absolutely fantastic to see the guys all enjoying their poker. And although they've got a tour which is predominantly focused on being played out for the deaf community, that they can rock up and play an APAT event, no bother whatsoever, and get involved, which is great to see.
That's what we like to see. Dawn is asking all of the right questions here, Lee. She said, "Is that the spreadsheet for the world's schedule?" I'm afraid Tom lost that about a week and a half ago. He had a corruption.
Yeah,
but he started again. Don't worry, Dawn. It'll be out soon.
Yeah, he's busy having to remake up all the variants that he made up. See what he can do. That hand there just won D in seat 7, picks up the pot there against Chris Wilson. They're just only a tiny pot, and on we go. So for anyone just tuning in, we are nearly halfway through level 23 of the main event of the Scottish Amateur Poker Championship here at Maybury Casino in Edinburgh. We're down to the final 8 players now. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000 should I say. Average stack now is about 2.5 million. So they're playing about, say, just over 30 bigs average stack, which is pretty much how this whole day 2 is played out. So raise from Chris Wilson in mid position there. You can see right in the middle of your screen, in a good spot there in seat 5. And the other short stack, Miguel Salvador from seat 9 has gone all in and has been called by Chris. It's aces versus 10s. The 10s are at risk here, Des. Here we go.
Wow.
Queen, king, 6, no good. Some backdoor options. Another king is not going to help. It's going to need to be a 10 and only a 10. Not to be, and we're going to lose. We're going to lose Miguel Salvador. in 8th place, picking up £800. Very well done to him. I mean, pretty much sat there on that final table and yeah, got it all in with tens and runs it into aces. Not a huge amount you can do there.
Unlucky.
Yeah,
Plays it
not a
softly.
huge amount you can do. Absolutely does. Played a good game earlier on today. Really enjoyed watching his game actually when we were sort of 2 tables out. Yeah, he lost a couple of unfortunate hands, and he was in a pretty decent spot. So to come onto this final table as one of the short stacks is not really where his day had been until this point. Not to be for him, and what a time to run into aces. And I would imagine Chris has picked up probably thereabouts, yeah, maybe nearly £1 million. I'd have thought. So that's going to put him up now, probably over about 3.5 million at this final table, and we're very quickly down to 7, and on we go.
It's funny the way finals work, Lee. We did what I thought was a slow but a really intensely good final table at Just Till Dawn, and yet here within what feels like minutes, we've lost 2 players.
Yeah, I mean they were the 2 short stacks at this table,
Yeah.
So they were the 2 playing less than £1 million. Everybody else has got over 2 million. They started this final table with, so there was a little bit of a gap, should we say, between those 2 and the rest of the field. But yeah, that's not to say it's they could have got lucky and doubled up and whatever. I mean, the one thing I should point out again, as we do on all these streams, Des, so apologies to anybody that watches all the time, and the way we do live streams is we're right at the table. This is live. There's no delay on any of this. You're watching what's happening from Edinburgh pretty much as we're watching it. So I'm no more than a metre away from the table. So if sometimes I go quiet or you don't, or you think I'm not commenting on a particular hand, it's because I'm very wary that I don't want to say anything that's going to impact on anything the players are doing when there's still action to happen. But this is how we present a live final table for you. It is right up close to the players and showing you everything exactly as it's happening.
I like it. Very, very good. Tris has joined us out there. Evening all. Evening to you, Tristan. So, guys, if you're in the chat box, drop us a question, drop us a comment, shout support for one of the players. It's always good to know you're there. Share the stream. That would be nice also.
So little bet out on this board of 350,000 from our chip leader, Paul, and it's D in seat 7 who's got a decision to make and decides to fold. And whilst they're setting that one up, for those of you on Kingswell watch, I'll show you what his stack is. That's what Dave's playing now.
Nice.
How much is that, Dave?
More than I normally have.
More than he normally has. Yeah. He says it's more than he normally has, but it's not enough yet. Yeah.
That's fair enough. More than I normally have is fair enough. That's what we all strive for, Lee. Sunday evening with more than I normally have. That will do for me.
Yeah. Dave got into a little bit of bother 2 tables out. I think he exposed a card when he was in a hand, and so wasn't allowed to play any more aggressive action in the hand. So pretty much he could call or fold any decisions that came, and he still managed to win the hand, which was yeah. So he came onto this final table second in chips. Have you got snacks there, Des? I mean, you opening snacks?
Lee, I found some cookies.
Honestly.
That's all I can say. I mean, the timing here is just destroyed. It's destroyed my Sunday evening schedule. I went at home, I found some cookies. I'm not sure. They're very noisy. Might have to let them go. Oh, Lou Brush is out there. Shug, good morning from California. Wow. That's far away,
splendid.
Lee.
That is very far away. And can you believe Shug is in California, which is not a million miles away from a certain place where there's some poker being played at the moment, and he's in California.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think he'll be moving about, I would expect.
Talking about food, Tom and I will highly recommend Grosvenor's new food menu. They've had a bit of a revamp on it, and it's very nice indeed. So if you've not been to a Grosvenor for a while, well worth checking out.
I like the sound of that, Lee. I'm putting you in control for a minute, okay? I'm moving to your camera if that's okay, just in case we have an issue.
Yeah.
I'll step away for 30 seconds.
Which means he's about to munch through a lot of cookies, folks. If you're at home, how many cookies do you think Des is going to get through in 30 seconds? Yeah, I've the over's on 3, I think. So yeah. Whilst we're watching this hand play out, which D in seat 7's raised it up and has been re-raised by Dave Kingswell. So the original raise was to 160,000. Dave's re-raised it to 375,000. Everybody else has got out of the way. So yeah, so are we going to get a call? We are going to get a call. So it's going to be 2 players to see a flop. So let's get in here and see what we've got. It's 4 King 3. Des, can you believe it? Check to Dave, who's bet out 400,000. And D says I'm all in, I think, yeah. And Dave folds, showing pocket queens. And there we go. It's a bit of a powerful play. And I think D actually showed a queen as well. So could have been, was it king queen? Was it queens as well? We'll never know. We will never know. So for those of you that couldn't make it up to Edinburgh for the weekend and so therefore haven't picked up a Scottish medal this weekend, you've got an opportunity next weekend because our online series will be back again next Friday and Saturday on GG Poker. If you want to get involved in that, bounty events on the Friday night, freeze out championship events on the Saturday night. They are all $25 buy-ins. There's 1 re-entry available on the Friday night. That's slightly different from what we did the first time round, where it was unlimited rebuys. We've just made it one re-entry on a Friday night. Medal events for all of them, so $25 for each event. So get involved 7:30 and 8:30 next Friday and Saturday night. We will be doing a show on the Saturday night. If we can find anybody sober enough, Des, to join us, but we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Sober might be a challenge, Lee, but we did that for the UCO. How do we UCO up? I don't know.
UCO, yeah,
it was awesome. Yeah. It was a great Saturday night. So do join, do play medal events. Remember that, guys.
And they are super structures. We mirror the championship live event structures online for those, so they're super good. They're still not too late to finish. You're probably talking somewhere between midnight and 1 o'clock on a Friday and a Saturday night. That's not crazy, as it's not a school night. So yeah, it's very much worth doing. And at $25 means you've got a chance of winning a medal for $25 entry. Very much hopefully within everybody's bankroll to give those a whirl and get involved on GG Poker. And also this week we'll have some news about the weekly leaderboard. We've been obviously running the weekly schedule for a little while now, Monday to Fridays. So $10 buy-ins. Well, we will have some news about a new leaderboard with some added value that will be starting very, very soon.
I think that should be fantastically. And listen, here's one more for you guys. If you want some value, every Thursday night at 6 p.m. going forward. True Geordie free rolls, Lee.
Wow, I was to say you should have warned me before that came blasting in my ear.
Sorry about that, my friend. If you've had if you've got a nosebleed after that, I do apologise.
That's a bit that's a bit rocky, isn't it?
Wasn't it? Okay. Well, a bit rocky, yeah. Was it loud?
So for those, so for those that for those that don't know, True Geordie, True Geordie is a podcaster and I don't know what was podcaster and influencer. I don't know how you best describe him along those lines, but talks a lot about football, boxing, kind of sports. Is into his poker as well, and we'll be hosting a weekly free roll on GG Poker, and you'll find all the details through the usual sources, and well worth getting involved. And he'll be releasing the password every single week. With $1,000 worth of T-dollars, I think, in that free roll. So a great way of
We'll look to put that in the Facebook group as well if we can get hold of that password and get you guys some added value.
Great way to boost your bankroll by playing that. So raise from Chris. 450,000 on this board. It's just Donald in seat 3. He's not been very active so far. Here's Donald with a hat. Now he's going to fold. And Chris is going to scoop those chips. Have a quick move that step out of the way so we can have a quick change of dealer. So quick change of dealer here, and we'll be off again. So yeah, lots going on GG at the moment. Obviously, the micro festivals schedule is there, which is again some crazy value on there. Well worth getting involved in, and there's loads going on in the live arena as well. Obviously, after this, next event for us is going to be in Coventry. We'll be running our Open Championship alongside the Goliath in Coventry on the 5th and 6th of August. Well, around that same time, GG have also got the WSOP Super Circuit event in London, Des. And that is 2 weeks at the Grosvenor Hotel, and it's the schedule looks phenomenal.
That sounds like a very aspirational poker experience, Lee.
Yeah,
at the Grosvenor, and not the casino. It has to be said. It's going to be very posh in that hotel.
Yeah, and on the back of that, when is going to be our World Championship? So it's going to be a really busy next couple of months of poker for APAT and GG Poker. So well worth getting involved in satellites and getting into events if you can. I mean the WSOP Super Circuit event. I mean, just a couple of the highlighted tournaments there. There's a mystery. They're doing a mystery bounty, which is £560 buy-in. It's got $1 million guaranteed.
That's insane.
They've got a circuit main event, which is 1,100 buy-in. That's got $1 million guaranteed. And then there's a super circuit main event, which is the 3,300 buy-in event. That's got $3 million guaranteed. So, yeah.
It's going to be hugely. I think you and I will have to go down there and do some streaming. What do you think?
I think we may well see if we can do the APAT show live from London. That would be a great thing to do.
That could be fun. Listen, Tris has come back to us. He said he was thinking of making the trip north, but it clashed with the Irish Poker Tour event, which was held down in I want to say Aspers, London. And,
yeah,
he
that
said
sounds
a top
about
bunch.
right. Yeah.
He met a good friend of Tom Brady who was still in with 4 left in that IPT event at Aspers, London.
Okay, excellent.
Margaret Grant is out there shouting on Rory. So a bit of support there for one of our local players.
So I'll give you a quick update on Rory's stack, because that is Rory's stack. There you go. That's what he's playing at the moment.
Nice.
Very cool character at the table.
Very nice.
He's wearing one of those
there as well.
He's wearing one of those black clover hats. I'm sure they're from Vegas. I think they're from. I'm sure I saw those in the Cosmopolitan in Vegas last year, which are they're pretty cool. Facebook caps. Yeah.
Rocking the poker fashion, very importantly, as you know.
Yeah. So all the action is going to be this end of the table, I think, because there's going to be 3 players. Initial raise from our chip leader that's been called by both of the blinds, which is Chris and Rory. So I think we're going to be 3 players to a flop. See if I can get in there and show you what we've got going on. It's 8-4 Jack. Check from Chris. Rory's going to bet out 225,000. She's going to get a call from our chip leader. What does Chris now do in the small blind here, does? He makes the
Interesting.
call as well.
Interesting.
So 3 players. We're going to see this river card. Ace on the river gets a check from Chris. It's a serious stack of chips going in from Rory here. 575,000, Des, is the bet. Decision on Paul in seat 4, our chip leader. He's going to fold, and so does Chris. So Rory's going to get that through. Nice stack there.
Strong play.
Yeah, so just saying goodbye to Ben Burnhill as he's just departing. So I've just had a quick message pop up on my screen, which I think is a direct message I've had from one Brian Yates.
Oh yeah.
He's just asked me the question: has anybody won 3 live main events with APAT?
Yeah, I
so
assume
that's
he's talking individual events.
Yeah. So that's the
Individual
question
main
he's asked.
I don't believe
I
so.
certainly know a number that have done 2, but but I think 3 maybe pushing it. I'm not sure whether he knows we're doing a live stream, and he's just messaged me. But there's obviously some reason why he's messaged. He might be on the stream watching it. If he is, it's certainly a good discussion for the chat. So we've got a raise from under the gun +1, which is Chris Wilson in seat 5. It's been called by both blinds again. This time it's Rory and Donald. The board is 7 ace 6. It's gone check for the blinds, so we're round to the original raiser, which is Chris Wilson over there. Who's going to fire a little continuation bet of 125,000? So Rory's made the call, and Donald folds. So there'll be 2 players to see the turn here, which is the Queen of Hearts. Check again from Rory. It's 310,000 this time.
I mean, don't do that with the whole chip company.
And Rory makes the call.
That's not one of them. No, I'm thinking I'm more with in a video.
So deuce on the river.
Yeah. But Vegas is definitely.
Rory makes it 525,000.
He doesn't like it that much, Lee. What are we sat with? Ace Jack?
That's quite possible.
Ace 9? Something like that?
And he's going to fold.
Oh, maybe not that strong.
Yeah, so Rory adds to his stack.
He's had a good last 10, 15 minutes, hasn't he, Lee?
Yeah, very much so.
$500,000 raise on the end, taking pretty much each of those.
Yeah, played him very well, whether he had it or not.
Yeah. Andrew Stott out there, Lee. Take it down, David Kingswell. Rooting for you. Love Flardy. There you go.
So on we go, and round to D in seat 7. I think he's going to pop a little raise in, yeah? 175,000. Folds all the way around. Just the blinds to get through. Donald folds, as does our chip leader Paul in the big blind. So D gets that one through. And, just in case anyone's going to say, the player in seat 7, we're calling D, so we've just got initials because he's anonymous on the system. So he will be for this stream known as D. D from seat 7. So on we go. Let me get a quick update on where we're at with the. It's a very busy screen, Des. This is the problem. This is so much going on in the card room. So the PLO ended up with 42 runs. We're down to 9 at the moment. So I think that might be one off the final table. They might already be playing the final table in that, quite possibly. And the side event, the No Limit Hold'em side event, has got 56 entries now, I think it is. So yeah, so that's actually it might be 56 plus the re-entries on top, actually. So it could be yeah, so they've got 41 left in that as well. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go, but say still a long way to go in both of those, as there is with our final table. So
fantastic.
And it didn't miss much with that one. That last hand, just Paul Brown scooping up pretty much the blinds and antes there, but it's maybe a little bit, a little small bet on top, but that was it. So on we go. It's going to be Dave Kingswell to act first in this hand. Gone a little bit quiet, Dave has, after getting involved early on in the first 2 hands of this final table.
I assume he's playing his cards, Lee. Probably hasn't seen a lot recently, and maybe just as well to be out of Rory's way over the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. Pick your spots, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So remember, guys, we're with GG Poker this year exclusively. Come and join. Come and play with APATers during the week. Thanks to GG Support, we're able to put on a great schedule of events this season. And if you deposit a tenner, you can get £60 of value.
Yeah, and we've still got so many more events to go this year. As I say, we've got a little break now between now and the next live event, but the next live event will be on the 5th and 6th of August in Coventry for our Open Championship alongside the Goliath. And then we will be back in Nottingham at the end of August for our World Championship of Amateur Poker. Then we're beginning of September, we're in Cardiff for the Welsh Championships. Then we've got an event over in Ash, over in Czechia, which is the German Championship. We're over in Malta again this year in the autumn for the Maltese Championship, and then back at Dusk Till Dawn for our Poker Squads Live in November. So still an absolute stack of live poker to get involved with.
And then, Lee, it'll start all over again.
Well, yeah, that's kind of how it works. And
Not unless we have a pandemic or anything in the meantime.
well, we already know that pretty much the start of 2024 will be the UK Team Championship, the sold out event that everyone's always desperate to get into each year. We already know that will be another killer event. Flop here of Ace 3 King, and it's D and Dave down the far end of the table. Let's go and check all the way down. Dave shows an ace, and I think that's going to be good enough. Yeah, ace 4 he's got, and that'll be good enough. And for the Kingswell fans, you can watch him scoop up some chips. There you go. Obviously, it's been a big weekend of sport as well. The French Open is on the TV. Everyone was watching the football last night. Des, I think I felt pretty much it was a 50-50 split between those that wanted Man City to win and those that just didn't want them to win. They weren't bothered about who it was against. They just didn't want them to win. So there was a lot of oohs and ahs right at the very the depth there as Inter Milan were nearly getting the equaliser, but wasn't to be.
I'm still somewhat traumatized by the whole thing, Lee. So I just can't talk about it yet.
Oh dear. Well,
as Dave Kingswell gives himself a tap on the back. Fantastic. Yeah. APAT on the back.
So we're gonna have some all-ins here because it was a raise by Donald. It's folded around and Chris has made the call from the big blind. So it's sixes versus tens. Hard to say who's. I think it's probably the sixes just at risk. I think here we go. And there's a 10 on the flop, and that's going to be that. And I think, I think Donald's got the Stackmore 100Ks there, and I think we're going to lose Chris Johnston. Unfortunately, he is going to depart in 7th place, picking up £950. I'm just doing a quick count now to be sure, but I think Chris knows his fate. Yeah,
he's acknowledging it.
Yeah, if he had a coat, he'd have it on by now. Yeah, it's. I'm just going to double check it now. Yeah, and it is confirmed. And Chris departs in 7th place, as I say, picking up £950. What that does mean is the 6 players that are left are now all guaranteed over £1,000 now. So next prize is £1,100 for 6th place. So and we're down to 6. So Rory's going to do a little bit of reorganising of the furniture.
Sorry, man.
No, you crack on, my friend.
So Rory Anderson in seat 2 there, guys. Donald Elliott in 3. Paul Brown, who started the day as our chip leader, in 4. Chris Wilson in 5. DH in 7.
Rory, I'll put these.
And Dave Kingswell in 8.
I'll put these drinks this. I'll put these drinks this side for you guys. All right. Yeah. There you go. All right. That's going to move a chair out the way as well, so I've got a bit of room to get in for the flop, and we'll be good. And there's a bit more space now, so we're not kind of reaching over players to show you the flops and everything. So we're in a good place, and we're down to 6. Yeah, very quickly. Really, as we're now just into level 24. So blinds are now 50,000, 100,000 with a big blind ante of 100,000. So raise from Dave Kingswell on the button to 300,000, and that gets a fold from the blinds, and on we'll go. 100,000. Actually, it was kind of the false button for Dave, so a good opportunity to just scoop up those few chips. Wasn't going to get much pushback.
Oh, Lee, protect your ears. Good luck, Dave Kingswell from the Oracle.
Excellent stuff. the only person to get his own little intro on the show. Yeah, that's.
Well, he's earned it, Lee. In fairness, he's earned it.
He really has. Yeah, he really has.
Mason, you got like 8. I was maintaining hoping somebody was not here.
I have to say, Lee, Sunday evening, I mean, a lot of these guys are drinking pints of water. It's all very calm, isn't it?
Yeah, there's I don't think there's any alcohol at this final table. It's yeah, it's
quite a serious business.
It is very serious indeed. Yeah.
So, Lee, have you seen the new ProVision AR headset thingy from Apple?
Yeah, very impressive. Saw that.
That
saw that
amazing,
keynote.
didn't it?
Yeah, saw the keynote. Hope it. If it does everything that they claim it is, which normally is the case. They don't put anything out that isn't. Yeah, it is the future, isn't it?
Looks exciting.
Imagine playing some poker in that kind of environment. And on the ASI board there, it's going to be Chris Wilson. It's going to scoop. I mean, still loads of play in this. There's with blinds at average stack. I think is 3.7. I think so at the moment. So yeah,
Doesn't appear to be anyone in immediate danger here.
No, not now. I wouldn't even care to necessarily say who the is even a short stack. I mean, they look, say, fairly even sort of stacks at the moment, actually. We've got pretty much 6 fairly even players, so it's whether somebody really wants to sort of start getting aggressive here and. But we could be in for a little bit of time here.
I think our first event at the Maybury was in 2007, Lee.
Okay, wow.
Crikey. Yeah. 2007.
And to be fair, we have gone around a fair bit of Scotland, I guess.
Yeah.
We've held events in Glasgow, we've held events in Dundee, we've held an event in Aberdeen over the years. But I think the Maybury has probably been our most venue. So Tom's just confirming its final table of the PLO now is underway.
Well, I tell you what, Lee, why don't you scoop over there if it's not too far away? Let's see who's on there.
It is not too far. So I'll tell you who our final tablists are. We've got Gavin Patrick, we've got Neil Finnan, we've got Nathan Jordan, Paul McCauley, Graham Barry, David Fallon, Joe McAdam, Paul Tullock, and Shane Ross. You can see all those details up on the Facebook group. I will,
Fantastic.
once this hand plays, I'll take a quick scoot next door and I'll show you the table. So they're all playing for medals as well, with our new Omaha Championship one day on a Sunday. But meanwhile, we've got a hand getting pretty big here. There's already 1.2 million in the middle here before we've even seen a flop, Des. And it's club heavy. And first to act will be Chris Wilson. And the other player in the hand is Paul Brown, who's sat there to the left of him on the screen. It's a check from Chris, and Paul on the button is going to. There was our chip leader coming into this. He makes it 800,000. And it's going to be a fold from Chris. So let me take a quick wander next door for you, and I'll show you the PLO.
Fantastic.
I'll follow Tom and over the far table, and we'll do a quick once round for you there on my way through. So as we mentioned, so we've got Gavin Patrick in seat 1, then there's Paul Feenan in seat 2, Nathan Jordan is in seat 3, Paul McCauley, there he is, Paul in seat 4, Graham Barry there in seat 5, David Fallon in 6, Joe McAdam there in seat 7, Paul Tullock in 8, and Shane Ross in seat 9. So good luck to all of those guys, all playing for an APAT medal in the Omaha Championship. So good luck to them. Still got going on here. Still got the side event, No Limit Hold'em. That's still taking place. So, and it's 1,470 up top for the PLO, and just over 1,000 for second place in that PLO. Des,
brilliant,
which is fantastic for a Sunday night. I want to tell Tom that his APAT on the back of his shirt does look a little bit off centre. Is it just me, or do I? Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Oh, I've gone off of it, Lee. I've gone
so,
off.
Yeah. I think it's a bit harsh to mention it, but yeah. You know, I notice these things. What can I say?
Quite right.
So yeah. I say it. It might not be off centre. It could be just Tom's off centre. I mean, there is that possibility.
I think we need to reposition Tom back into the centre again, Lee. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Roy Smith is out there. Good luck, Dave Kingswell.
Lovely.
A lot of support from Mr. Kingswell.
Yeah. So and I'm doing well because Tom's just brought me a pint of orange juice and lemonade as well. So excellent
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Vodka orange lemonade, yeah.
Yeah, with a dash of vodka. Yeah. Because it's great. I mean, Tom's heading back down, popping down via the northeast on his way back home tomorrow, and I'm flying back down to Bournemouth tomorrow. So what a jet-setting lifestyle we have with APAT, isn't it? Just say
it's not easy, Lee. Somebody's got to do it.
Absolutely. They saw the equipment that we need to bring up here to be able to live stream this. It's
you carried it in your pocket.
Yeah, pretty much so. Yeah. I must admit, leaving Bournemouth on Saturday morning, the flight heading to Faro looked quite tempting. I must admit, yeah.
I can well believe it. Blimey, Lee, it was hot down here today. I mean, very hot, or at least it felt very hot. You're saying it was super hot in Edinburgh? Is that right?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's been really sunny all weekend. There's a bit of rain this morning when we woke up this morning, but it's back warm again. So yeah, it's and it sounds like it's going to be like that all week, or there might be a few thunderstorms maybe tomorrow. But yeah, it's very warm. And in this card room, I say for anyone that's been in here, you'll know it's a very old school card room, very close. So there's not a huge amount of room.
Lee returned from the World Series of Poker. It's Daniel Negreanu's mate, Barry Cullen. Good evening, guys. Just home from the World Series. Back to work tomorrow. Thickened. Well, I tell you what, it looked like Barry and the boys from Coldstream had a cracking time.
Well, they had a few. I think they had a few cashes. Barry obviously had a birthday out there as well, which was even nicer. What a place to spend your birthday out in Vegas. So I hope he had a good time there, and that they all got back safely, which is the most important thing. So Chris made a little bet there after it was checked by Donald, and Donald made the call. So they're both going to see the turn card. It's checked again to Chris. He's checked it this time, so we're going to see a river. Let's go and check again. And Chris makes it 550. Donald 7. I haven't got a spade, and there's four spades on the board. So on we'll go down to 6. So for anyone just tuning in, this is the final table of the APAT Scottish Amateur Poker Championship, live from the Gala Maybury Casino here in Edinburgh. 227 runners in total entered this across the online and 2 live day ones, and we are down to the final 6. 3 are going to walk away with medals. 3 are going to miss out on medals, but they're all certainly going to be guaranteed now a minimum cash of £1,100. Up top, well, £3,500 plus the gold medal and the title of Scottish Amateur Poker Champion for 2023.
Fantastic.
Say blinds are 50,000, 100,000 with a big blind ante of 100,000. There's 22.7 million chips in play in total. Average stack at the moment is about 3.7 million. So they're sitting on about, say, 37 big blind average stack at the moment, which is pretty much how this day two is played out. Lots of play still to go. Donald and our original chip leader at this final table, which was Paul Brown in seat 4, checking down this board at the moment, 9897 at the moment. Donald's checked it again, and this time I think it's got, this time it's going to have Paul reaching for some chips, and he's going to make it 250,000. Very quickly called by Donald, though, so we're going to see a river card here. This might have just got a bit interesting.
It's getting fruity.
So 4 clubs on the river.
My 5-6 has got there, Lee.
So Donald checked it again, and Paul fires out a bet this time, and very quickly called by Donald. It's 10-8 for Donald, and that's going to be good enough to take it down.
2 pair, Lee, is it? 8s and 9s?
Yeah, 8 and 9s.
Yeah,
Yeah, with obviously the 9's on the board. Yeah.
Got it.
And Donald, who's been quite quiet at this final table so far, had a little look at a few hands, but not really got into much. Just wins a nice tidy pot. Yeah, it's say nice to Barry and all the guys got back safely from Vegas, and obviously it's a great time of year, Des, where we know people that are out there. So Simon Brook and Ian Witt are out in Vegas at the moment. Simon cashed in a horse event at the Golden Nugget the other day.
Fantastic.
So he finished 6th, I think, for about $900. I think it was about $200 buy-in, something like that. I think it was. It was great watching the updates from the Team Gotham guys with them. Simon significantly lowering the age of the final table of the average age, and seriously considering whether if he just time banked a little bit, a few of them may no longer be with us, and he could actually ladder. So
I can almost imagine that discussion taking place.
Yeah. There was a few chop discussions, I think, which were quite highly amusing as well. So and then I know both him and Ian decided to enter a blackjack tournament as well. Which Simon made the semi-final of, and Ian made the final. Wow. So yeah, I mean that's the way it's living the dream, isn't it? Really,
it's the way we roll, Lee. It's the way we roll.
So Chris and Dave Kingswell in a hand here. Board is 93687. Chris has checked it to Dave on that river, and Dave's bet out 375,000. So decision is back on Chris. He raises it up to 900,000.
Anybody in here get on the boot?
And Dave folds. Yeah. And on we go.
Carved on Twitch, Lee says, "Let's go." Woo!
That is the kind of emotion and enthusiasm you want on a Sunday night live from Edinburgh.
I would like to see that on a Monday morning, just heading out for work. That's the way to go. So thanks for joining, Carved. Glad you're enjoying it. So, guys, this is the APAT Scottish Amateur Championship coming to you live from the Gala Maybury Casino in Edinburgh. We're at the final table.
And what we're seeing here, Des, is there's some good play here. There's some aggressive play.
Yeah.
People aren't messing about. They're seeing opportunities and spots, and re-raising it and applying some pressure on each other. It's great to watch. Board of 9, 10, 10. It's Chris in seat 5 again, and Dee in seat 7 this time. Dee's fired out a bet of 135,000 on that board of 9, 10, 10. Decision on Chris has very quickly made a call here. So we're going to see a turn card, which is 6. Check for Chris. And B makes 250.
Finds a call.
Mm-hmm. It's gone check. 8, 9 for D, and that'll do. Flop pair of 9s with the 10s.
Nice.
Yep.
Don Logan's out there, Lee. Evening, Des and Lee. Looking forward to the online championships next weekend. Got second in the welcome free roll on Monday, so have the funds playing the final day of the Micro Millions tonight. Don's had a bit of good. He's had a bit of good news recently, Lee. So he's on a roll. This we like. So good luck tonight, Don.
Excellent. And yeah, the online championships next weekend. Say $25 is the buy-in for all 4 of them. They're all 4 medal events. So the 2 bounty events on the Friday night, the No Limit Hold'em and PLO, and then the Freeze Out Championship events on the Saturday, No Limit Hold'em again and PLO. So you can get into all 4 for $100 in total if you want to, or pick what you're good at. If you're good at bounty games or you're good at PLO, whatever it is, pick what works best for you. So board is 7 deuce 7 king at the moment, and it's Dave Kingswell and Chris. Chris on the button here, and it's gone check again. So we're going to see an 8 on the river. I seem to be pointing the camera to Chris quite a bit here. It's very active. Bets 325,000 on this board. David checked that river. And Dave re-raises it.
Wow, nice play. Here we go.
Makes it 725,000. Very quickly called. It's 7 deuce for Dave on that flop.
He had that right about there. He had it, Lee. Nicely played, sir. Oh. Yep.
Doesn't even crack a smile. Nothing.
God have mercy upon us.
Shake of the head.
Oh, Lee, you wanted a smile. I give you a smile.
The way to do it. I mean, he was in the on the big blind there with the 7 deuce. So it's and what a flop that is.
I think it's fair to say his hand was disguised, Lee, no matter his position.
I mean, there's lots of things that have to come into effect there. First of all, you're prepared to just go, okay, I'll have a look.
Yeah.
Then you hit the absolute world, and then you get paid off. I mean, there's
Beautiful. Did we get to see Paul? It was Chris. Was it Chris or
Chris's?
Paul?
No, we didn't. It was
didn't get to
Chris,
see his
and we
hand.
didn't. So no, it was Chris Wilson in seat 5, and we didn't. No. So 2 players seeing a flop here. It's was a raise from D on the button and called by Rory in the big blind. It's gone Queen 8-4. They both checked that, so we've now got a king on the turn, which is all diamonds. And this time, D just makes a little bet, and that's enough to take that one down.
He's quietly going about his business down there, Lee D. He's, he's not getting involved too much, but where he does get involved, he tends to have it. He's certainly getting the respect of the table. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment, I think. Yeah, very much the case. He's probably sat on. What's he got? 2, 3. 3.5. He's probably sat about 4 million chips now, I think. What did he start with? He started with about 3.2. So I think actually to have gone from 3.2 to 4, we've not really mentioned him anything huge. Probably your description that you've just made is that's pretty much how he's been. He's added about a third to his chips stack
Just
without
quietly,
really doing too much.
Thing.
Yeah.
So Lee, listen, if D goes on to win this thing, we're going to have to come up with a celebrity name for him, right? And a smiley face or something. I mean, obviously, we've never had this position before.
No, I'll be honest. I kind of get the impression he's obviously just goes as anonymous, effectively, so initials only on the Grosvenor system. But looking at him at the table and the fact that he's on camera anyway, I don't think we'll have a major issue whatsoever. I'm sure we'll get a name. We may even I may even have a chat with him during the next break we get to, and just and see if actually he's comfortable with doing that. I know some players just rather kind of go under the radar when they're playing at Grosvenor, and so we see initials all the time. But yeah, I'm sure it won't be a problem.
We'll probably find that he's been in a Britain's Got Talent final or something.
There is that possibility. As long as he doesn't choke on steak at the final table, I'm quite happy, because one of those per season is enough for me. So
agreed.
So on we go. I've got about 12 minutes left of this level. The big screen that I'm looking at is quite a distance away, so I can't always work out even to see when we've maybe got a next break coming in or anything. They're playing 40-minute levels here on this final day, on day 2, so I'd expect to be a break every sort of 3 levels. Which means we're probably only about an hour and a bit in, I think, of the stream, Des. Would that feel about right?
Yeah, an hour and 13.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, so they'll probably got another level after this before we get a break, so maybe another 50-odd minutes or so.
Hang in there, my friend. Hang in there.
Well, we're all good. We'll start. If it goes on too late, we'll start worrying about battery life. But we're all right at the moment.
Yeah, good.
And that's just me and Tom, let alone the devices. That's another thing altogether. It's all good, but it's been great coming back up to the Maybury. It did feel like kind of returning home. It's been a while since I've been up here. Actually, our last event before lockdown was actually the Scottish Championship. That was the last one that we did. So
really,
we were all forced into not doing live poker for a number of years. So yeah, Scotland was the last one that Tom came up to. I'm trying to think where we held that. It might have been in Glasgow.
Time has gone rather quickly since then, it has to be said.
No, absolutely. So raise from Paul on the button to 200,000, and with ace 10,
wow.
Chris has re-popped it from the small blind, and D then got out of the way and is chatting about how he's getting out of the way. Paul had a little bit of a think about it, but decided no, I'm not getting involved in that.
I thought better.
It was quite a significant raise from Chris, to be honest. From I don't know whether he's saying it. That's exactly the same 2 cards as he had from last time round. But yeah. So, but on we go. So it's D in the small blind this time. Dave Kingswell in the big. Rory to act first. He folds. Donald folds out the way, as does Paul. Round we go to Chris then. He's kind of in centre of the table and centre of the action. He folds, which means D makes up the small blind. Dave just says, I'm happy to check in the big blind. So we're going to see a flop, just blind on blind here, Des. It's 4-10 queen with a couple of clubs. Sorry, it's gone check, check. So we'll see the 2 of hearts on the turn. D checks. Dave bets out 100k and shows deuce 3 for the turned pair of deuces. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing secretive about that. Dave checked when he didn't have anything, and he bet when he did have something, and he wins. So straightforward, this game, isn't it?
It's all about the cards you get, Lee. And if that's representative of the cards he's guessing, he's doing well still to be sat here.
Well, you think that he's just won his last 2 pots that he's won were with 7 deuce and 3 deuce. So and Chris is just saying to Dave, going, you flopped a full ice and you're still moaning. So raise from Donald under the gun makes it 250,000. Folded round to Dave Kingswell in the small blind, and he makes up the bet. Rory's got decision in the big blind. And he makes a call, so... Oh, actually, I missed. Paul also made the call under the gun +1. So actually, it's 4 players. So that's a million in the middle. There's 10, 5, 6 is the board. Dave Kingswell checks. As does Rory. Now we go to Donald. And you check all the way around, so we'll see the ace of diamonds on the turn, and it's checking round again. And this time, after Dave and Rory check, Donald fires out a bet of 550,000. Decision on Paul. So the board is 10, 5, 6, ace with a couple of diamonds. Paul makes the call. Dave Kingswell folds. As does Rory. So it's going to be 2 players to the river here, Des.
Okay.
Was that your water that was on you? Yeah. I don't think I know.
It's the 4 of hearts on the river. It's a check from Donald, and back has got Paul making a bet, and it's a million. And Donald very quickly calls. Ace King is for Paul, and it's Ace King for Donald.
Split it.
There you go.
They're going to split it, and Willie Higgins is out there. Lee, good luck, Rory. So Willie started our final table as the short stack. We're down 7th, I think, Lee. So well played, Willie. Good weekend, my friend. Don Logan, do they still do a deep fried buffet at the Maybury? I remember the sausage rolls, Lee, but a deep fried buffet?
No,
sounds
they
good.
don't.
Sounds good, Lee.
It sounds good, but they not seen it. They had I had earlier on a bowl of chips, basically, Des, which I know is something that you're akin to eating. However, this bowl of chips came with chopped up burger.
What's that, Lee? Sorry, what?
cheese, onion, burger sauce. So it's basically like a cheese. It's like a cheeseburger, dirty fries. I mean, it was something else. Something else.
That sounds
You
like
would
a
have
trading standards issue there, Lee. Right away, that's going straight back.
you'd have turned your nose up at that. You weren't happy when DTD dusted your chips with Cajun.
Well, Lee, that stuff was very, very, very Cajun.
Yeah, you weren't impressed with that.
I smelled it, and all I could hear in my ears was "yeehaw."
Yeah, so Chris has raised it up to 200,000 here. Has been called by Dave Kingswell on the button. Rory's made up the small blind. Donald's got a bit of value there, but doesn't want to make it the big blind. So we're going to be 3 players to see this flop, Des, which is going to have about 800,000 in the middle. 6, King, 10 is the board. Rory checks. And 350,000 is the bet from Chris, very quickly folded by Dave Kingswell. So switching back on Rory. He's going to call. Yeah, so 2 we're going to see the turn here. Brings the other red king. Check from Rory. Chris checks as well.
Thank you.
So Jack of clubs on the river. And Rory makes it 625,000. Chris, by the time I'd even got the camera on him, had already folded. So Rory, for the Rory fans, is stacking chips.
Rory does what Rory does, which generally speaking is raise. Very nice.
So 3 minutes left of this level, and then we'll be blinds up again.
What is it, 40 minutes a level, Lee?
Yeah, it is 40 minutes level. So because of the online day 1 this time round, we actually played a couple of extra levels on this day 2 at the 25-minute level. So we played 15, 16 and 17 at 25 minutes. And then from level 18, jumped to 40 minutes. So the players have had really good value on this day 2 with the play. And so we're still going to be finished at a fairly sensible time tonight. I think, what are we now? 10. We're 10 past 8 Edinburgh time. Des, I don't know what time that is with you, but yeah.
Ollie, that's about let me just about 12 minutes past 8 my time, Lee.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Because you're always just a little bit ahead of everyone else, aren't you? Yeah. So Rory in the hand here with Paul. Ace 10 Queen is the flop. We're now going to see a 3 on the turn. Check from Paul and check from Rory. So we're going to see a river card, and it's going to be the 7 of hearts on the river. So action on Paul, who checks. As does Rory. Rory's got King 10, Ace 5 for Paul. So Ace 5 is going to be good, and Paul will scoop up that small pot.
How long do we have to the break, Lee?
I think there's going to be another. If you cut to the other camera, I'll quickly nip over to the screen and double check where we're going to be. And then people don't get seasickness whilst I'm moving across the card room. Oh, actually, it says there's a 15-minute break at the end of level 24, which would be this level. So they might well be on a 15-minute break in about a minute. I'll get Tom to confirm that. Tom, are they on a 15-minute break at the end of this level in a minute? Well, no, that's what the screen says. That's all. So Tom's just going to double check whether they're going to have 15 minutes at the end of this level or not. I think they're just saying, yeah, they wouldn't mind a break and to make it 10. I don't know. I think they're probably going to play another level, to be honest. I think will be the plan. unless the players have agreed amongst them here and they're going to do it. Tom's going to just get it moved because I think they've only played 2 levels since we've started. So this final table, and they had sort of half-hour break coming into this final table. So meanwhile, we've got a hand, or we're seeing a flop anyway. Let's see who's got cards in front of them, and it's Paul and Chris. I mean, to be honest, I don't even need to mention it's Chris, really, do I? Because he's pretty much been involved in a lot of them. Ace 4-6 was the flop. It's gone. They both checked it to see an 8 on the turn, and Paul has checked the. This Chris bets out 225,000. Paul very quickly folds, and Chris will scoop up. It was only blind on blind, so they will just pick up the blinds.
Yeah, I think that's wrong. No, just hang on a second. I don't think he's. Let me just check.
I think you're due one more level. I think you're due one more level.
Just want to go.
Do you want to do 10 minutes then? And then yeah, okay. They're going to have a 10-minute break, Des. So that's what's going to happen. Players are going to go and take 10 minutes, and then we'll be back. So we'll keep the stream on, and players will just go on a 10-minute break. So we'll see you back in 10 minutes, guys.
Fantastic, lovely. See you back in 10 minutes, guys. We'll leave the stream up and running. Thank you.
I'm not gonna have a ton of bluffs, so I definitely need to size down. When you have very little bluffs, you want to size down because you can fit in all of your bluffs with your value range comfortably without a big bet size.
I had been banding about in my mind over creating a really long form vlog for this World Series.
We have a Bundesliga professional footballer in there. I'm not going to say any more, but he plays in the Bundesliga.
Yeah, the last tournament I played was the £1 million buy-in down in London. And,
It's about looking at the data and the stats.
Okay, so there's a guy who aspires to be a fighter pilot, right? But he has this one issue. His thumb is stuck pointing straight up.
Influencers are doing the exact same with the exception of exactly the vloggers. And look at what they've managed to accomplish.
Welcome back, guys, to the Gala Maybury in Edinburgh.
Check that out. Me and Tom were just busy enjoying the ad break, to be honest. It was, yeah.
Just generating all of the money, Lee. All of the money.
Absolutely. Well, I've got some goodies for you, Des. Whilst you've been busy pressing buttons, Tom has been busy counting chips, and I can give you some updated stacks from the table. Let me quickly just put I've also been just giving a bit of juice back into my phone for 10 minutes during the break, so hopefully we'll have a bit more on that. I think we've got, let's see, we're one player, we're just Donald short in a minute, so let me give you a quick rough where we are. So Rory, who was in seat 2, is sat on about 2.8 million. Donald, who's just Donald's just bringing extra chips to the table. That's I'm not sure whether that's allowed, but he's doing it anyway. So he's got exactly what you would order, Des, literally a bowl of chips. So Donald's got 3.5 million. Paul Brown's got 4.6 million. Chris has got about 3.7 million. Dee's got about 2.9 million, and Dave Kingswell's got 3.9 million. So that's where we're at, fairly even, really. Between them all. So we're coming back to level 25, blinds of 60,000 to 120,000 with a big blind ante of 120,000. So we're just about ready to go again, Des.
Fantastic. Love it. Are we underway?
I think we will be. They're just waiting to start the clock, and we will be underway. Yeah, so can't start to deal without the clock running. So, and Jamie's just come back, so we'll get that sorted now. He will press the magic button, and we'll be away to go. We literally are there it goes, and we're underway, waiting for that clock to turn, and we're good to go. So first hand after the break, say 6 players remaining now. These guys are all guaranteed £1,100. What I should say is, for those of you just tuning in, you are watching live from the Grosvenor Casino, Maybury, here in Edinburgh. This is the Scottish Amateur Poker Championship 2023, brought to you by the APAT Amateur Poker Association and Tour. We're down to our final 6 players. 227 players have entered this this championship. £120 buy-in, creating a prize pool of over £22,000. We're down to the final 6 now. They're all guaranteed a minimum cash of £1,100, should I say. And then it goes, 5th place is 1,350. Then it goes 4th place, 1,600. Then we're into our medal positions. Bronze medal position will pick up £2,000. Silver medal position will pick up £2,500. And gold medal position, 1st place, will pick up £3,500. And of course, the title of Scottish Amateur Poker Champion for 2023. That's what these remaining 6 are all playing for. So first hand goes to Dave Kingswell. Just a little raise under the gun and got that one through. So we move on to Chris, who's on the button. For those that are watching before the break, I did point the camera at Chris quite a fair bit in the first couple of hours. Yeah, he certainly has. He started this final table with 2.5 million. He says he's currently playing now about 3.8 million, but I think he probably at one point was up higher than that, Des. He's you know, he's kind of been involved in quite a lot of hands, won a few, lost a few, but is certainly in the right direction with it. So
he's speculating, isn't he? He's getting involved.
Absolutely. So folding all the way round here, just to the blinds. D in the small blind, Dave Kingswell in the big, and C makes it 360,000.
Rubbish.
Dave says I can't. His cards are rubbish. It was 6 deuce this time. Obviously,
Yeah,
Dave.
that's pretty good for a Dave hand.
We know Dave when he plays, he needs to be 7, at least 7 high for him to want to give it a go.
I don't know, Lee. I've seen him take down a lot of chips with 3 high.
Yeah.
It's a little bit.
So Dave getting a fair bit of stick on the final table with a couple of the hands that he has shown down and won with so far, but all in good spirits.
Oh, something's just got noisy. Have the machines taken over there, Lee?
I don't think so. If you're getting noise, it did just blip out. I can.
I'm getting slots and everything.
I can. Let me come back out and come back into the room on this
Sweet,
camera
sweet,
whilst
sweet.
you're watching the other one, and we'll do that with it. So bear with me a second.
So we are watching a flop here, guys. We see Paul's in it with Dave Kingswell. I'm not able to show you those cards in the middle at the moment, but we'll see how the action is going. Dave's
There we
a
go.
little stab at this.
He is out of the small blind, so board is.
There we go.
That.
That's much better, Lee. Thank you.
How you play the tune?
I'll take that.
Dave,
You have
Dave
pair of
shows
deuces.
pair of deuces this time. Yeah, pair of deuces this time. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So yeah, no, I think that's that audio thing happened. I said at the last event, it kind of blips on this device, so a quicker reset and normally solves it. So I think it may be that it goes to a different. It goes back to the phone mic or something like that is happening. So
Yeah, could well be.
easy one to do. Now we're aware of it. We can say it's a very quick one to resolve. Because last thing you want to do. Although I'm surprised you're hearing a lot of slots, because the slots are quite a distance away from here. And actually, we're now the only table. I mean, let me show you the rest of this part of the card room now is deserted. They are all playing next door. The PLO final table is playing next door. So we have just got this this final 6 playing nice quietly in the corner here. So it's a nice bit of peace and quiet for them to actually concentrate at the sharp end of the tournament.
You locked up? Yeah, you locked up? No, no. We'll do it. You need to be careful with the situation. Indeed.
So don't forget, if you're watching at home, just get involved in the chat if you want to, whether whatever platform you're watching on. Des can pick up what you're asking. Any questions you might have, or want to chip count on any of the players, or a shout out to any of the players that you know at this final table. More than happy to pass on any messages. Or either that, just enjoy the stream. Okay, for anyone that's just joining, this is how APAT does our live streams on our final table. We are right next to the table, and you're watching this live as it's happening from Edinburgh. So there's no delay on this at all. So sometimes we're very careful about what we say around the table because players can hear our every word.
Absolutely.
So if I sometimes say something funny, it can sometimes get a laugh on the table as well if I'm really lucky. So
Undoubtedly.
Yeah.
Haven't heard that too often.
No.
But Kadzi is out there, Lee. Big shout out to Dodd. Who's Dodd? Good luck and best of luck from the Haywick boys. Fudgick still thinks you're a pigeon.
I'm assuming that'll be Donald. I'm assuming, yeah. Would that be?
Yeah, it might be a typo, or it might be a nickname.
Yeah, could well be. Could well be.
The captain is out there as well. Evening all. Hope everyone is enjoying the weather. Yes. Absolutely gorgeous this weekend. It's too hot, Lee, but I can't find it in myself to complain.
I wouldn't know. I've pretty much seen the inside of the Maybury and the inside of some Ubers pretty much for the weekend. That's that has been the best of it. I got a very warm welcome to Edinburgh on Saturday when I landed at the airport and hopped in a taxi for what was about a 5-minute taxi journey to where my hotel is, and then got told what the price was. It really was a welcome to Edinburgh. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yes, the airport are quite have a bit of a captive audience about getting taxis in and out, and therefore charge an absolute fortune for it.
It's okay, Lee. I'll just run another series of adverts. There we go. Road to Vegas, millions, all of that stuff, and we'll be fine. That's
covered.
Fine.
That's covered my taxis for the weekend.
It's covered now, Lee. It's covered.
Fine. All good.
If only, Lee. If only.
Yeah. Only it was that simple. It'll cover mine and Tom's bar bill in Vegas. We'll be all right. Be fine. Now, thoroughly looking forward to that. 2 weeks tomorrow, and Tom and I are on the same flight. I'm heading to Vegas along with Adam Neal. Actually, funnily enough, he's on that flight as well. So
fantastic.
How cool will that be?
Dead jealous.
Yeah. And we're going to go and see the man Robbie, who's out there with his mixed game festival as well. Talking about that. If you missed the show last week, a brilliant show we did last Sunday night with Robbie Stravinsky, and well worth checking out as he talks about the mixed game at Resorts World over in Vegas and what he's planning to do there. So it will be great fun if you fancy something a little bit different to the normal kind of tournaments on the strip or whatever. Get involved in some mixed game cash games with Robbie and the gang. Superb.
Absolutely great value.
Now we've got a flop here, King 10 Deuce, and it's D and Rory and Chris in the hand. Chris and D are the small blind, big blind, and it's Rory for mid position. That may be initial raise up, and it's going to be the one I think it's going to fire out some chips at, and it does.
300,000.
It's at 300,000. Folds, defolds, and so Rory will scoop those up.
Continues to do very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Rory started the final table with about 2.4 million. At the break, he was up to just under 3 million. So we'll have now certainly gone above the 3 million with that particular pot. Again, another player that's kind of steadily going about their business. I mean, the average stack is still 3.8 million, Des. So, 22, nearly 23 million chips in play with 6 remaining. So, yeah, it's none of these guys are short stacked. It's and although it's starting to get a little bit tighter on sort of it's 30 bigs now is the average stack. That's still plenty, and they're all playing some poker, which is great to see. So Dave Kingswell in the big blind has made the call from the raise from Donald from mid position. The board is 7-10-4, which is all clubs. Dave checks. Donald fires out a bet of 300,000, and Dave very, very quickly folds. So Donald's going to take that one. You'd have thought 10-7-4 of clubs was all over Dave's range,
smashing
out of
his
the big
range,
blind,
smashing
out
it.
of the big blind, wouldn't you? Yeah, you'd have thought so, but not to be. Dave in his very familiar Europe t-shirt and cap. I don't know whether he's got some sort of copyright on any of that or not, but if not, Des, let's get the domain. Let's go and buy the domain.
Yeah, it might take a while to figure out how many users are actually part of that, Lee.
I think it's 3. But you have to kind of squint to work it out. So yeah.
Oh, it's more used than in a South Dublin nightclub, Lee.
Oh, don't know what to say. So raise from D to 260,000 from the button. Actually, I slightly take that back. That is calling the original raise from Paul. My apologies. Paul from mid position has made it 260. It's been called by D on the button. Just the blinds to go. So it's Dave Kingswell from the small blind. Now he's reaching for that. They be raising chips, I reckon, Des. And it is. And he's re-raised it to...
That's a chunk of orange there.
950,000. Rory gets out the way. So we're back round to Paul, who's the original raiser. Paul says, I'm all in.
Hello.
D's going to get out the way. Dave asked for a count.
He's put $1 million in there, Lee, so he's reasonably committed.
Got up off his chair a little bit there. Paul's made his decision. He is all in. We're getting a count on it now.
Thank you. Two, 3, 4, 4.2, 4.3, 4.345.
4.345 million.
That's pretty much Dave Kingswell's tournament here.
Dave just said he's got me covered then.
Huge hand, he's counting his chips.
What was it, 4.345?
4.345 is the count. Dave's counting it out.
It's a huge moment. Kingswell playing for his tournament life here. If he chooses to make this call.
That's good. I'm going to cut a minute. Sorry, guys.
I'm sensing that maybe Yup is turning to nope, Lee. What do you think?
Pass.
And he folds. He said to the table, I'm going to need a minute here.
Yeah, I sense he'd like to have called Lee, but it was, maybe at best he's flipping. Maybe at best.
Well, we know that Paul's shove was there for 4.3 million, and David already made it a million. So, yeah, Paul's just very nicely added about another 25% to his stack there.
Yeah.
Without even needing to show a card or look at a card. It's a reasonable dent in Dave's stack. I mean, he started this after this break with about 4 million. So yeah, it was. He'd already committed about a quarter of his stack and decided no, didn't want to.
And that's fair enough. At 3, he's only slightly under average, so still in reasonable shape, and he's playing well. So
I'm going to put him on maybe Ace King, maybe Ace King or Jacks, something like that, where he saw an opportunity to squeeze, and then got given an answer as he just scoops the next pot, only a little one, but he fights back quite quickly. Yeah, I would suggest that's where I would say maybe something.
Would you have called with Des Leigh?
No, not in the situation he's in at the moment, where we are in a tournament position, Des, because he's got more than average stack, or did have before that hand, and with 6 of them left, there's still some massive jumps money wise. So it wouldn't be the right thing to do to be flipped, to be wanting to get it in there. You've got to wonder what you're doing, especially with Jacks. I mean, the chances are the reshove from Paul there, but you're kind of thinking you're probably up against a better pair. I don't think Paul's doing that with much luck because Paul's actually not really got out of line on this final table, and he was chip leader going into this because he's played a fairly steady game in day 2 from what we've seen. So I would suggest Dave's, probably Hollywood and that a little bit. Be interested. Maybe Dave will tell us afterwards what he actually what he had on that big laydown. But I think probably in the state of play, it probably was the right decision. Whether it was Ace, King, Jacks, maybe even Queen, something like that. I mean, I think if it's Aces or Kings,
He's got to be.
He's playing them.
Queens. He's playing Queensley, surely.
I'm not sure for your tournament life. It's because if it were, I mean, it could be that you're up against Ace King, in which case you're flipping, and in that situation, why would you want to be flipping at this point in the tournament for 8 million for sort of a third of the chips in play, 6-handed? It doesn't. It isn't really the right thing to be doing.
Let us know in the chat, guys. What would you do if you were sat there with Queens? Are you making that call for your tournament life? Let us know. That's the beautiful thing about poker, right? Super subjective.
Absolutely. So we've got a board of Ace, Queen, 7, 6 here, and it's Paul and Chris playing this. Chris has checked this turn, and sorry, Paul's checked this turn, and Chris has bet out 465,000, which Paul's made the call. So it's going to be 2 players are going to see the river here, Des. So 10 in the river. Check for Paul. So we'll see these down. Back 9 for Chris. Paul's got Ace 5, so flop top pair. Yeah, and nice another pot from I'll say our chip leader going into this final table. And it will be I would say very much his chip leader again now. He was on. Let's see, what did Chris have? What did Paul have? Paul had 4.6 million at the break, which just put him ahead of anybody else. But he's obviously won, probably won another 1.5 million, if not a little bit more, in the last couple of hands. So he's now going to be comfortably up over sort of 6.5, heading towards 7 million, I would say, of the 22 million chips in play. So. Let's see whether he can continue this momentum. So folded all the way around to Rory, and he makes it 250,000 from the cut-off, and folded. Yep, gets that through, and on we go to the next hand.
Very good.
Yeah, your clock on the screen is literally about a split second out from the one in the card room,
Is it really?
which is probably only the timing of how long it takes for me to get my my version of it back. Yeah, it's very, very good.
That's hilarious.
Think about it. You could run the tournament clocks for every event in the world, just live from your own living room, Des. It'd be great.
I really like the thought of that, Lee. We sat here running tournament clocks for poker across the world. Amazing.
Imagine that. If you imagine it from Vegas, they'd be calling in from Vegas going, Des, are we good to go? Are we good to go?
Absolutely.
And you can be saying, yeah, Paris ballroom, shuffle up and deal.
Absolutely.
Deal.
I'll be saying back to them, it's business time, guys. It's business time.
It's business time. I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say it's time for business. It's business time. Ooh.
There you go. That's some more money in the coffers, Lee, for APAT. Yes.
Tell you what, Simon does very well, doesn't he? Yeah, it's
well, we've
got him in that sort of ambassadorial role. I like it.
We've taken out his license, Lee, so we're just trying to squeeze some value out of the image rights.
Absolutely. You'll soon be able to buy T-shirts, folks. It's not a problem. It is a very tempting thing to do, actually. So it is. So on we go. D in the small blind, Dave Kingswell in the big blind, which means Rory to act first. He folds. Round we go to Donald. He gets out the way. Paul, our chip daddy at this table, makes it 250,000. I think Chris is reached for a few chips here. He's not got many of those 100k ones left, but he's still got a couple of stacks of the yellow 25,000s. I'd suggest here his move could be all in, and it is exactly that. I thought it would be. I just had this feeling.
He has been busy, Lee, and it feels like maybe it's beginning to get a little bit away from him.
Yeah, so D's folded, as has Dave Kingswell. So we're back round to Paul, who was the original raiser.
These two have clashed quite a bit, I would say, Lee.
Paul is buying up his chips, but just to get a rough count, really. They're stacked nicely in 20s, so he folds. And Chris is still playing million. He's still playing about 2.3 million, something like that. Would suggest.
I tell you, that stack of orange that Dave Kingswell has. I mean, he's back in decent shape again. Lee.
Oh no, he's got a decent stack there. Yeah, he will be second in chips, I think. With probably Donald in third, then D, then Rory, and then Chris. So yeah, it's no, Dave Kingswell's still got plenty. It's difficult to know because most of the other guys have got them stacked in sort of 20s. So you can get a rough idea. Dave just got 3 stacks of the 3 colours as high as he can make them. So
yeah.
And he's made up small blind. Rory's checked in the big blind. So the two players are going to see a board which is 4-4-8. Dave's checked and Rory finds out bet. Which Dave calls. Check. Dave bet from Rory, and this time Dave folds. And we'll just step back out the way a second whilst the dealer changes over on the wrong side. So I'll let them change over first, and then I'll go scoot back across. Quick change of dealer here. And on we go. So a little cash game on the go now here in the Maybury. Des, 4-handed cash going on there. Do you want me to save your seat?
Oh yes, please, Lee. What's the blinds there? How much are they playing for?
I think it's They're playing there. It's one deep fried Mars bar.
Yeah.
It's the big blind. And looks like Scotch eggs is the small blind. Yeah.
Oh, shit, man, that's just amazing. Save me a seat, Lee. I'm all in. Did I get the Mars bar, Lee? Did I get the Mars bar?
I don't think they do deep fried Mars bars anymore. I think that's a myth. I don't think it's a thing anymore. It's probably very, very wrong to even suggest that the Scottish people are far greater than deep fried Mars bars.
I thought it was quite an innovative treat when it appeared.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's still done, but
you'll never guess the two players involved in a hand again.
Well, it'll be Chris and Paul, I'd have thought.
It is very much Chris and Paul, yeah. And it's gone checked down. The board is ace, jack, ace. And they've checked it down to see a deuce on the turn. Paul's fired out about 50,000. Decision on Chris.
Yeah, I would think
There you go. And so Paul scoops a few more. Getting quite chatty down the other ends. As I say, although he's kind of anonymous and only initials on the Grosvenor system, he's been quite chatty at this final table. Des, actually, he seems good value to be at a poker table with. And it's not just about poker; it's all about the kind of the entertainment and the social side, isn't it, as well? And
absolutely,
the enjoying experience.
yeah.
So raised from Dave Kingswell to 250,000. Just the blinds to get through. Donald gets out the way in the small blind. Is he going to get rid of Paul in the big blind, though? Who's become quite active now. Paul's reaching for chips. And
certainly is.
He's going to see a flop at the very least.
Okay, this is interesting.
Dave said, I wasn't expecting you to fold. So,
Make them 250. Did you get 2 fighters?
We're good. Queen do 6 then is the flop. First, it's gone check. 4 of hearts on the turn. $250,000 is the bet from Paul. Dave very quickly folds. Yeah.
See, Tom Brady, APAT's Tom Brady, watching on intently there in the background. Lee, he's just moved away a little bit now. He could write the event report, tell him we can fix the result to match. Just get it done now.
Tom very much cares about the numbers, and he's always looking at the levels to make sure we're getting as maximum play out as we can. The conversations I have with Tom about should we just tweak that level to give the players a little bit more. I mean, I don't know a man who cares so much about players as Tom Brady does in the poker industry. It's incredible. He just wants to slightly just tweak it. He was talking to me yesterday, Des, about the 2,000, 5,000 level. Should we make it 2,500, 5,000, and make the casino have to chip up later on because that's better for the players? I mean, name me anyone else that would have these kind of discussions. Honestly, I said to him, can't repeat what I said, but I said, yeah, you do what's best for the players, Tom. That's what we care about. Yeah. But of course, you talk to the dealers, and the dealers will say, "Oh, the sooner we can get the small denominations off the table, the better it is for them." So it's interesting. You have a number of players. Well, I say players, stakeholders in a poker tournament, don't you? You have the venue and the management. You have the dealers. You have the players. You have us as event organisers, all trying to find that balance, which is they're giving the best value for the players to enjoy the experience and play, but also making sure that it isn't it can work for all those involved.
Well, I think one thing we have identified is the best experience isn't always the most obvious things. So, for example, players can talk about what they perceive to be the very best experience. Ironically, it isn't always what they think the obvious stuff is. We've learned this over many years.
I had an interesting listening to an interesting discussion from one of the dealers here saying how he hates the shot clocks because he said everyone just takes the full 30 seconds now and it slowed the game down. which is an interesting take on it. Yeah, we've got 4 players in this hand. The 2 blinds, which is Paul and Chris, and also Dee and Dave Kingswell as well. They'd already it was Dee that raised up originally. David called and the blinds all called. The board is 5-3-6, and Dave Kingswell's gone all in on this board.
Oh, what? Bloody hell!
So Paul's out the way, Chris is out the way, and Dee's out the way as well, and there's Dave's cards. He's not going to show them.
Oh, he's hiding those. Definitely a deuce in there, Lee.
I reckon it's
deuce 5 or something.
You must have 4-7 because you thought.
Bun the Baker, I reckon, was one of them. And, yeah. But I mean, I don't know whether that was a. You kind of assume if you're one of the other players there, you kind of got to go. Well, he's up. He's got 3 players to act. So he'd folded round to sort of check round to him. So he's kind of got to go, and he's made that shove all in. I mean, you kind of think that's either the most unbelievable bluff, and he's going to get called down by somebody, or he must have it, which case they all just fold. They've all just folded.
Yeah. Well, it's a strong play.
Yeah.
Because with his stack, you're playing for your tournament life. So. It's easier to get them in than to call it, right?
No, with his stack, he's not though, because very much now he was up against
4 million now, isn't he?
In the small blind there, Des. He's got the chip leader on the table.
Yeah,
well, that was a flop. That was a flop. That I mean, you've just got to assume Dave must have had that. If he didn't, and that was a genuine shove bluff, just absolute suicidal thing to do.
But if he did have it, Lee, he's basically lost a chunk of value there, has he?
That's my point. The shove makes very little sense, because you're not going to get called by anything.
Yeah, unless you're borderline. Well, I don't know.
But why on earth would you commit? Would you commit risk on that when easily somebody could be trapping there after the blinds on that sort of flop? But let us know in the chat, guys, what you think. I mean, Des and I, we don't claim to have any sort of strategic knowledge on poker. We just talk about what we see. From that particular point of view, that seemed a strange thing to shove, because Dave is second in chips at this table, and involved in that hand was the chip leader. And that could have just been an absolutely huge mistake, unless he absolutely had flopped the nuts. But that sort of seemed a strange one, because you've then missed value at the table. So Paul and Dave in this very next hand, 8-3-9. Paul bets out 325,000, which has been called by Dave. So they're both going to see a turn here. So ace of hearts on the turn. Gone check this time. So we'll see the 7 of spades on the river. Dave bets out 600,000. I think Paul's counting chips he is. Dave's got ace-7. Dave has ace-7 for turned top pair and rivered 2 pair.
Well, I tell you, Lee, whether you like the plays or not, it's proven effective at the moment.
It's just got. I mean, if you didn't catch the camera, and I had the camera on Paul when Paul just gave the littlest of shake of the head in a kind of a I mean, it's just he's called off. So Paul bet the flop, and Dave made the call with basically ace high.
Yeah.
And they've checked the turn when Dave's then hit his ace, and then he's put a value bet in on the river, which he's got all to call. Yeah, okay. Some could say that's good play, but the bet on the call on the river is with A7 when you missed you missed everything is a strange one. But Dave's scooped up the chips and got the chip lead now at this final table.
Tony Ross has had his say. He says Dave the Donk. That doesn't sound very generous at all, Tony.
No, but I think it's an accurate. I think it's the accurate description that the kids use these days. So Tony would know. That's but it's as you say, it is certainly serving him well at the moment. And Dave is involved in this very next hand as well. The board is 3-4 ace 3s up against Rory this time, blind on blind. And Dave fires out a bet of 120,000, which is going to get a call from Rory. So we're going to see a river card here. It's set for 4, so Dave checks this time. Rory bets 500,000 and Dave very quickly folds.
I guess the point about Dave Lee is that he's taking out pots with like Deuce 3, Deuce 7. You just can't put him on a hand at the moment.
No, very difficult to do that.
He's scary, right?
And stack wise, I mean, you can't see. Let me come over to show you.
Yeah, he's got stacks now. Stacks of chips.
Yeah.
So the orange, they're 100,000 apiece, guys. Dave, probably your chip leader right now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And Dave plays on adrenaline at the poker table. Once he gets a bit of momentum going, he will bulldoze, and that's what he will do.
Lee, can we get a Donald chip update? And I mean on the little table, not on the big table.
That's Donald's stack.
He's in good shape.
There you go.
Those weren't the chips I was interested in.
No, his other chips, Desiree, but he's not got many of them left.
Oh, he's done well there. He's done well. That's good clearance.
Yeah,
Good clearance.
No, it's a good effort. Yeah. And Donald's in a hand here against Chris. Flop is ace 6 queen. And Chris bets out 165,000. I think Donald's going to call. Yeah, he does. King on the turn gets a check from Donald. Decision from Chris. It's 410,000. Very quickly called by Donald, so we're going to see a river card here, Des.
I think Chris is quickly getting himself committed here.
Oh, it's a deuce. Donald says I'm all in.
Strong play.
Decision is on Chris.
Looks like he wants to do it, Lee. What do you think?
Donald's got favored, I think. So tournament decision.
He's not looking too much at Donald, so you get a sense it's much more about he's a
I was just
believer.
going to slap down and eat pizza.
Oh, hello. Here we go.
I don't really heard that. He just said I was going to snap. Yeah.
He's looking at him now.
Then on.
This is interesting. Yeah, he's looking him up and down now.
And he makes the call. It's ace jack for Donald. It's ace king for Chris.
Wow.
And the ace king is going to get a double up.
Crikey.
Sorry, yeah, that makes sense.
What a hand.
I didn't think it was the best hand, but I'm not going to call. I think you're going to put a big bet in.
You surprised he took that long to call with ace king, Lee?
Yeah, I mean he's got the but you've got the situation where there's a potential flush. The flush has got there. I guess Donald was in the blinds as well, so there's obviously Jack 10 and other options as well. So it needed a little bit of a thought, but he said when he realised that actually Donald was effectively was making the shove, basically was a bluff, really. Although he'd hit the ace, but it's
But it didn't take him too long. Once he engaged Donald in a bit of conversation there at the right towards the end, he made his decision super quickly.
Yeah, and that's now going to leave Donald as the short stack of this table, and very much Chris, who's been very active at this final table, been up and down, won some, lost some. All of a sudden now has got a double up and is there, and the tables you can probably hear now has burst into discussion and chatter about it all.
Great little hand.
Yeah,
love it.
Yeah.
So Tony Ross says, wish him well. He's talking about Dave Kingswell, of course, but some of his plays are questionable at best.
I think that's a perfectly fair comment, and I'm sure Dave would probably wouldn't disagree with that at times. I think so. That's for sure. As I say, I can't work the logic, and I'll love to talk to Dave about it afterwards. About that shove with the three others in the hand, which was still that checked round to him on that board. I'm just curious to know his thought process on it. Really, it's always interesting to know how others play. Choose to play a hand. From the small blind, Donald is all in, and Paul says I call. And it's ace deuce for Donald. It's ace 6 for Paul. It's going to be the ace deuce at risk here.
Possible chop, of course.
And that it does look very choppable. And that is going to be that. Chopped away. And that was blind on blind, so pretty standard stuff there, Des, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's great in the card room here, Des. They've got the Goliath schedule out, which has got obviously the APAT event in there as well. It's a big old schedule for the 2 weeks in Coventry, which we're part of. Thoroughly looking forward to it, but there's a lot of poker going on there. I don't know whether you've seen the actual schedule itself. Let me see if I can find here we go. Got a copy of it. Let me put it up on a table and I'll just give you so they've got these leaflets with it on, Des.
Can we charge for this, Lee?
Look at it all.
Blimey, O'Reilly, what?
Look at
You're kidding me. The state of that.
And we're down, where are we? We're down here somewhere. There you go. You can see
APAT Open Championship.
APAT Open Championship. There we go. There you go. So that's where we are. But
Do we not get bold, Lee? Do we not get bold or a slightly larger font? What's going on there?
I mean, I couldn't even get you on the front cover. They chose Katie Swift instead.
Well, we're going to have to speak to Jim.
Yeah,
we're going to have to speak to Jim, Lee.
I don't know what to say, really. Yeah, you missed out on opportunity there.
Well, to be honest, I'd put Katie Swift on the cover over me. I have to say, no questions about that.
Yeah, so raise up from Rory here to 350,000. We've got an all. It's Donald who's gone all in. And Rory's made the call. It's ace-8 for Donald. Rory's got the kings. It's the ace-8 that's going to be at risk here.
3 outs and whatever else we might see on the board.
6-3 deuce. Not going to be any help. Backdoor options. Queen knows it's going to be an ace and only an ace. Queen, and we're going to lose Donald in 6th place. Very well done to him. He's going to pick up £1,100. Very, very well played to him. We're down to 5.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair play to him. Sporting in his exit, Lee.
Absolutely. So well done to Donald. He picks up 1,100, which means the guys now are locked up at 1350. I think it is now. Is for 5th place money. Yeah, that's right. 1350 is where we're at now. 5 places to go. So 1350 is 5th place. Then it's 1600 for 4th. Then we get into our medal positions, Des. Bronze medal is £2,000. Silver medal will pick up £2,500, and it's £3,500 up top for the winners.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either of Donald's hands there with when he's woken up with ace and around the blinds kind of thing is bad. He's he's just he's woken up a ace deuce into ace 6 and chopped it, and then has run another ace into pocket kings. It's just unfortunate. And when you're the short stack and you see an ace, you think, okay, I'm good to make a move here, especially 6-handed.
Yeah, no, completely agree with that, Lee.
So on we go. It's Chris and D. In this hand, seeing a board of deuce 3 king. Bet from Chris, call by D, so we'll see a 7 on the turn. Not really kind of a exciting board, but
$525.
bet from Chris, and D makes it 525. Chris says I'm all in, and D gets out the way. So
Chris takes it.
Chris adds to his stack.
So our finalists at the start of play, Lee. From the camera of one Tom Brady.
So on we go. Chris raised it up from the button here and has been called by Dave Kingswell in the big blind. Dave's checked the board of Jack 3 King, and Chris fires out a bet at 225,000 and Dave folds.
What's happened?
So average stack now is 4.5 million, and we're now in level 26 with blinds at 80,000, 160,000. So they're playing a little bit less than 30 bigs now, Des. So it has got a little bit shallower. Talking about things getting a little bit shallower, we're down to 20% battery life here, so we're switching to low power mode and see if we can nurse it through to the end of this.
Understood.
That's how it's really. Oh, no, there's no.
We'll get another bunch of those for Nottingham, Lee.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Solve the problem.
Solves it. Yeah, absolutely solves the problem. I have got a backup plan. If this one goes, I can switch to. I'll plug the audio back in on the static camera, and we can carry on commentating on it from there. So it's not the end of the world, and give this one a bit of a charge. It's fine. So Rory and Chris seeing a flop of 3 A7.
I tell you what, quietly, Chris has made a very nice little comeback here, has he not?
Yeah, he has really has kind of it's gone quite well for him, isn't it? And if you now look at stack wise,
he's back comfortable, isn't he? I mean, there's a degree of comfort there.
yeah, they're in 20s, so yeah, he's got 4 million in 100Ks.
Yeah.
Then another 2 million in the 25Ks. So he's sat on 6.4 million. 6.2 million. So yeah. So 6.2 million of the 22.7 million in play, 500. And if they all stack their chips beautifully like Chris did, it makes life very easy.
Are you giving them a bit of passive aggression there? Is that what you're doing?
No,
you're
far
throwing
from it.
shade the way the players.
Well, do you want to? I mean, I couldn't tell you what Dave's got, but it's that.
He's stacking them in what about 37s?
Yeah, it's towers, so it's difficult to know. So there's Paul's stack again, all nicely in 20s. So easy to get your head around.
Yeah.
What he's playing there, and Rory exactly the same in 20s for you.
Yeah.
Makes life easy. Yeah. I think Rory's playing about 4.5 mil, I think, roughly.
Surprisingly, Chris and Paul are going to see a flop here, Lee.
Yeah. So we've not seen this happen. Deuce Jack 4 is the flop. Paul checks and Chris bets out 200,000. Paul makes the call though, so we'll see a turn. It's deuce of clubs. Return.
Dave Kingswell will be kicking himself here.
Checks again, and Chris checks this time. So we're going to see another jack. It's a jack of hearts this time on the river. Paul's going to reach for some chips. He is. 450,000 is the bet. He's going to call Jack Deuce. Jack Deuce is what Paul's got. Yeah,
Sweet.
so that was the board.
Sweet.
Yeah. Which way do you want it? Yeah. It's
You felt pretty confident. Yeah. Oh, yeah, good.
yeah, nothing nice than hitting the full house and also having the blocker to the potential quads. Yeah, they going back against you, so you're in a good place.
I think you're in good shape there. So guys, if you're enjoying the stream, join us online at GG next weekend for the Scottish Online Championship. 4 events, all medal events, $25 buy-ins. Going to be great series of events next weekend, Lee.
Yeah, and we'll live stream the Saturday night as well, which is always a good bit of fun on a Saturday night, following the action. And of course, and if you just want to tune in on a Sunday, Des and I do the APAT show every Sunday at 10 o'clock, where we have lots of great guests on, talking all things poker and all things non-poker. Whatever's going on in the world, we'll have a chat whilst we're following some of the action on GG Poker and whatever's going on. It's been the Road to Vegas festivals for the last number of weeks, entertaining as they've been, but say whatever it'll be moving forward. So we'll have a couple of shows, I think, probably in the next couple of weeks. I'm hoping I'll be able to dial in from Vegas maybe and give you guys a feel for what's going on over there on a couple of the shows. But say plenty of action going on, and before we know it, we'll be live from Coventry doing this sort of thing, live from the Goliath for the day 2 of our main event there.
Absolutely fantastic.
One of them just on a fucking heater for the last 2 hours. He's looking off.
Tony wants to know, Lee, will prop bets be available for Scottish Online? So we ran the prop bets advert during the break. I don't see why they wouldn't, Lee.
No, I think they weren't available for what they call private games, but I don't believe that those events are in the private section. So my understanding would be that they would be available. Yeah,
should be. Lee, protect your ears here. But if any of you guys are looking for some action, GG have recently announced a partnership with True Geordie, the football podcaster. So Thursday nights at 6 p.m.
That's because it's in the club, no chat.
Get some True Geordie free roll action.
Yeah, good value there. $1,000 worth of tournament dollars being added into that free roll every single week, and he will release the password on his podcasts. So you just need to either tune into that or keep your eyes peeled on some of the socials, and I'm sure it'll the word will be spread. But a great way to boost your bankroll, courtesy of GG Poker.
Very nice.
So Rory and Dave going to see this flop, which is going to be 4 ace queen with a couple of clubs there. Action on Dave first, 200,000, and Rory folds. I think players might be on a break in the side event, so get a bit noisy as players are coming through, chatting to the.
I'll come back tomorrow. I'm trying to off. I'm sure about all of it. To be fair, it's good to be fun. How do you Newcastle? Someone said Newcastle, and that's why I said we may not get the accent. Sorry.
So folded round to Dave Kingswell on the button.
Go on, Omar. Go on.
Still playing.
Yeah, Paul just bust 4 for 3 leg. You feel himself? Oh, he bust the bubble.
And Dave makes 25,000.
Yeah, they just decided the airways, yeah. Which one? This one?
Yeah. Gonna call. Yeah, he is. So blinds are 80,160. So Dave's made it 425. Paul's called out of the big blind. So the two of them are going to see a flop here of 8 jack 5. One check. Queen on the 10. Check again.
On the top.
Yeah,
8
probably 4,200.
is a little bit hard. And Paul makes it 650,000.
I was reaching for them, Lee.
Even more than. It's a re-raise from Dave.
1,800.
1.8 million is the 18's the number. It's just getting the right right number of noughts after it, and it's 1.8 million. And it's a call, and it's 10-8 for Paul, and it's pocket 5s for Dave.
18.
What are you doing, Roland? You just go.
No, he said go.
He doesn't go.
I apologize. I literally saw what you want to. I don't know if it's
Dave was pushing more of his chips through the middle, but actually all Paul said was call. So I think Dave thought he said all in and therefore was calling, but it wasn't that at all. So yeah, Paul pays off the 1.8 million bet on the river, and Dave adds to his stack. I mean, what a river card there for Paul. There's really the 8. That tempts him into thinking he's going to be ahead because the 5s are so disguised. Yeah, Dave's got paid off again with a value bet. Absolutely, nothing wrong with it. He's very much got paid off with it. Just the right sizing though, I think.
Circumstance, right? Right sizing, but also those hands. Hard to get away from the 8s.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Paul. I think Paul did very well to just make the call, actually.
Yeah.
D's all in from seat 7. Under the gun. Dave Kingswell folds. Rory's had a bit of a development on the button, but ends up folding. Paul's out the way in the small blind. Just Chris in the big blind. And he folds as well. So D's going to get that through. D is very much a short stack here now. Yes, he's got a lot of greens there, but the greens are just 5k chips. So he really is short stack at this table. Not really, as we said before, played a huge amount. He's up there quietly, but it's landed up quite nicely. But he's now in a position where you think, well, he's got to start playing a little bit.
Yeah. He's in that place now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Actually, for a few actually. I've got quite a lot. You can say mainly for you. No, no, it's cool. I've been yeah, literally was 100%.
So folded all the way around to Chris in the small blind. Now, what's he do? D's in the big blind. You know what we did last time? So Chris says I'm all in, and decides, well, I'll take the option away.
Yeah.
From D and
simplifies
D.
it.
Yeah, D very quickly folds. So on we go. Yeah, that's the kind of the neat way of doing that, isn't it? Is you kind of go, well, okay, if you think the player now to your left has got it in his locker to try and, you know, even if he'd raised it there and he's probably not want to call a reshove. So make it very simple. I'll just go all in then and put the question on you.
10-minute break after this.
What this is?
10-minute break after this.
Okay.
Do you want?
No, I'm good.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I'm good. So players are going to be on another 10-minute break at the end of this level in about 14 minutes, Des.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So they'll be having another 10 minutes, which will give me a chance to charge up again for 10 minutes.
Living on the edge, Lee. Living on the edge.
Yes, all good. I think it's because I'm actually running this device off the mobile data. I think it probably is eating into battery life a little bit quicker than if you were just on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you could also dial down your screen.
Oh, I've got everything.
Brightness.
I have everything down. Everything's down to the bare minimum. So we're all good as yes, we get a raise from Paul here, repopped by Chris on the button, and Paul's called. So the two of them, I think it's just two of them. We're going to see board of 3-9 ace. Oh, actually, it's checks and Paul. Check from Chris, so we're going to see a turn, which is going to be the deuce of hearts. And this time Paul bets out 700,000.
Oh, it's all in. Is that an all in?
Paul, Chris has
It's a
just
call.
made the
It's a call.
call, so that's a big old potlets now. We're going to see a river coming. It's a diamond on the river, does. Excellent call. This is not cheap behind it. And he says, no, 2 million is the bet. Chris bets 2 million. Paul folds. And yeah, momentum very much with Chris here. Nice bet on the river there. Paul gives another little kind of shrug.
Wi-Fi's crunching a bit there, Lee. It might be worth you maybe resetting your mobile. And once you've that reset, we can just use that on the table, and then maybe you reset the other one. Appreciate the break's only 10 odd minutes away also, but it is crunching right now.
Which one, Bob? Both of them or?
Both of them, yeah.
Mm.
We can see Dee's pushing his stack in here. Assume this is an all-in on the button. I think he just has to get through Rory. He's taking a look.
There
we go. Let's see if he can find cards to make a call. So just go to Lee.
Very close. Yeah, but he doesn't. Rory folds. Yeah, and lets that one go. And D's shove is good enough.
Yeah, but you'll get there. As long as I've got King Knife, I'm going to get tell me about King Knife, I'm folding.
That looks to be a bit better now. Doesn't know how you're seeing it, but
still a little bit crunchy.
So, for example, final guy was 6 months ago.
we've got about 9 minutes to the break.
Yeah.
See if we can just work it through until then, and I will.
It's going to come back and be
I like this. Yeah, you have to.
In onwards, it's a year of experience. You're on it, so it's like you're not messing with it.
You've gone, the fella. The red line. You've been gone, right? We're all friendly here. I'll come back. That's why they're ready. Seems a bit too hard to do. You could do like that.
So Dave's got his chips stacked in pretty much 20s now, so we can work out where we're at. Beautiful thing. So he's got 6.5 million, 7.5 million. Yeah, Dave's got about 7.5 mil. So Paul and Chris in the blinds, and they're going to see a flop, and it is King Deuce 4. It seems to have pointed the camera at these two, Des, quite a lot on this final table.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Paul fires out about 300,000. Chris has made the call, so we'll see final river card of the deuce. So it's King 10 4 9 deuce. Paul says I'm all in, and Chris folds. So 6 minutes away from the break.
Yeah,
Down to 5 for anyone just tuning in. This is the APAT Scottish Amateur Poker Championship 2023. We're live from the Grosvenor Maybury Casino here in Edinburgh. Been up here all weekend. 227 players entered this main event, and these are the 5 remaining. Only 3 will pick up APAT medals, but all these guys are in the cash now. Minimum cash is $1,350 now for 5th place finish. Then it goes 1,600, 2,000, 2,500, and then 3,500 up top. So raised from Rory to 275,000, and gets that through. D's in the big blind there, was desperate for a hand, and not to be, and he really is a short stack now at this final table, Des.
Yeah, well, he's been in, pretty much push or fold mode for the last 15-20 minutes. So he needs to win some chips, or the inevitable will happen.
Yeah. So from the small blind, D is all in, and Dave in the big blind wakes up with 7-5, so decides to fold. I mean, I'm
Those are good
guessing
cards, Lee.
Dave's range is very wide there on what he's going to call with against the short stack, I think. But 7-5 was not it. Yeah.
I'm not waiting for things to call you chef. Good job. 3 on. You're building.
So Dave and Rory check down a board of ace, deuce, ace. See the 3 on the turn. On check again. So we're going to see 7 on the river. I think Dave's going to fire out a little bet there of 300,000 and Rory folds. So we've got a couple of minutes left of this level 26, and then players will be on another 10-minute break. We'll take a pause on the screen. We'll keep it running, but we'll put 10 minutes on the clock. We'll take a break from comms for 10 in about 2 minutes' time.
Superb.
Don't want to miss any of the action for you guys, and then we'll do a quick. We'll try and charge up some devices for 10 minutes. See if we can get a bit more. But with 5 handed left, this still could be going on for a little while. Yeah. So just a raise from Dave to 325,000 on the button gets that through, Des. So sorry, you were going to say?
I was just going to say the football season, Lee, obviously has been over for close to 24 hours now. Any withdrawal symptoms? How are you feeling?
No, I'm looking forward to the summer. I think it's going to be an interesting summer. Can't wait. I've got a lot to occupy myself on. Yeah, it's been a great season. Obviously, extended season due to the World Cup in the middle of it. Yeah, it's from a Man United fan's point of view. I can't really kind of fault. You could look at some you could look at some negatives and go, we probably could have gone further in the Europa League. Probably should have done. I don't know whether we quite did ourselves justice in the cup final necessarily, but as far as the league goes, if you'd have offered me 3rd place, start of the season, or even 2 games into the season, I'd have ripped your hand off for it. So,
absolutely.
So very, very much take that, and I just think it's going to be a fascinating time ahead. I don't think City are going to quite dominate as people might think. I think Chelsea are going to come back. I think yourselves, Liverpool, are going to come back. I think we'll have a good season. Newcastle are going to spend. Tottenham and Arsenal will do whatever they do. It's going to be an even more competitive season coming. So it's lots to look forward to.
Absolutely. And I think, like, is it this week, midweek, or next week? There's European Championship qualifiers with the Women's World Cup. I mean, it doesn't really end.
It's a busy summer, and you know very well that I'm not sure when the fixtures come out, but it's not going to be that long away. before you're looking at fixtures getting released. So, and it's nice to see her. We've got our very own Natalie Burnley will be back in the Premier League next season. So that'll be fantastic, and some other new faces. Luton playing in the Premier League next year. I mean that's something to look forward to, isn't it? You know. But players are on a break here, Des. So they are on a 10-minute break. So I'm gonna jump off this and get some charge on here for 10 minutes, and we'll see you guys back in 10 minutes time.
Super. Thank you, Lee, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes, guys.
I'm not gonna have a ton of bluffs, so I definitely need to size down. When you have very little bluffs, you want to size down because you can fit in all of your bluffs with your value range comfortably without a big bet size.
I had been banding about in my mind over creating a really long form vlog for this World Series.
We have a Bundesliga professional footballer in there. I'm not going to say any more, but he plays in the Bundesliga.
The last tournament I played was the £1 million buy-in that in London. And,
It's about looking at the data and the stats.
Okay, so there's a guy who aspires to be a fighter pilot, right? But he has this one issue. His thumb is stuck pointing straight up.
Influencers are doing the exact same with the exception of exactly the vloggers. And look at what they've managed to accomplish.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the Gala Maybury in Edinburgh. We've 5 left in the Scottish Amateur Poker Championship. Going to bring this thing home. Lee and I. Are you there, Lee? Oh, maybe.
Hello.
There he is. There he is.
We've got a little bit more. I got Tom next to me pedaling as hard as he can on a bike to try and get some energy into these phones. But we're good. We're good to go.
Fantastic.
Tom's all fueled on scampi and chips. Des.
I can see he's fueling up. I can see there.
Yeah, you'd be proud of him. You would be proud of him. That's his second scampi of the weekend, apparently. So he did ask me whether I wanted anything. I said, "Nah, you're all good. I had enough fries and pizza earlier on to last me a lifetime. So I've probably done my calorie count for the next week, I reckon, in one afternoon. So on we go then. So those 5 players that were here before the break, they've all turned back up again to play a bit more poker. So let's see what they get up to.
Well, they're keen, aren't they, Lee?
So they've been very, very keen. We've just been unraveling an incident on the PLO for three-handed where the one pot got sent to the wrong player in a hand, unfortunately. So they've been trying to untangle that. They paused the clock whilst they worked it out. I think the fact that the 2 players involved in the hand, neither were completely happy with the situation, means probably they got it about right. I think is the fairest way to do it. It was only spotted by the player that actually wasn't in the hand, who was sat there for 3. They're in anyway, but that also tells you that they're in the medals in the PLO tournament. So. And the lesson there, folks, is you, as a player, you still got to pay attention to what's going on because dealers are only human. Mistakes can happen, and you need to be paying attention to what's going on to try and stop these things from causing a problem. So everybody has to take a little bit of responsibility as to what's going on. That's the only way the game runs smoothly. So.
Oh,
But,
I'll tell you what, Lee, it's taken about 15 years, but you're starting to morph into TK. I love it very
Oh,
much.
really? Is it really? I can't do the card tricks. That's the only thing. I cannot do the card tricks. So for those of you just tuning back in, let's give you a quick rundown. So we've got Rory now in seat 2, left on this table. So Rory been steadily playing quite nicely on this final table. Our chip leader coming into this final table was Paul. Not our chip leader now. Our chip leader now, it's probably split quite evenly between Chris, who's next there, and over the far side, Dave Kingswell. And in between the two of them is D in seat 7, as we know him. Headphones off from D, actually. He's focusing in. He is the short stack at this final
Lee.
5. Yeah, this final 5, he is the short stack. So he's very much going to have to... it's going to have to get busy at some point. So anyone likes to know their chip denominations? The green chips are 5,000 chips, the yellow chips are 25,000, and the orange chips are 100k chips. 22.7 million chips in play. And as I say, the chip leaders are actually, I thought Chris had 3 stacks of the oranges, but actually he's only got 2. So actually, I think Dave is going to be the chip leader at the moment. Probably playing about 7.5 million, I think. So Dave's got about a third of the chips in play, 5-handed, sorry. On we go. So these guys have got locked up now, £1,350, which is 5th place money. Then it jumps to 1,600 for 4th place. Then we're into the medals, where you'll pick up £2,000 and the bronze medal for 3rd. You'll pick up 2,500 and the silver medal for 2nd place. And our winner is going to pick up £3,500, the APAT gold medal, and of course the all-important title of Scottish Amateur Poker Champion for 2023.
Lee, there's a technical question in the chat box to kick us off with. Tomo is out there. Good evening to you, Ian. He just wonders, is the sound quality poor because Dave has worn the speakers out?
Oh, right. Okay. That's worrying. Are you hearing it okay? Or do I
I'm
need
hearing
to,
it just fine. Just
okay.
fine. But you know, if you guys
I can do it. I can do it. Yeah. If there's a problem, let us know in the chat.
let
I
us
can
know.
always do
Let us know.
I can do a quick reset if I need to from our end. So let us know if that's the case. What I would say is, from a kind of a background noise and everything point of view, it's lovely because we're the only table in this particular room. There's a cash game going over the far side, which I won't ever put on camera because obviously that's not fair on those that are playing cash there. But these guys are playing here. What we've got still going on, I'll do a quick wander through for anyone who's reminiscing over the Maybury from years gone by. So heading through to here, where we've got what's left of the PLO over the far end there, and then these are the final 2 tables of the side event, No Limit Hold'em.
Fantastic.
Going on. So these are playing out, and this is the secondary room at the Maybury for those that remember it. But say the focus for us is very much on this final table here. With Paul all in and gets that one through, and on we go.
So Tomo said it's better after the break just now, so that might well have been Tom Brady eating scampi.
Yeah,
just that
that's
crunching
exactly
of.
It will have been. Yeah. Yeah, he had his mushy peas and his tartar sauce with it. Yeah, he was obviously he's proper posh. Is Tom? It's not tartar sauce. It's tartar sauce. So yeah, actually had a delightful day yesterday. I had dinner with Tom and a couple of Tom's brothers who have been up in Scotland yesterday. So got to meet Paul and Jimmy yesterday and had dinner with them. Delightful company, really enjoyable.
Very nice. Brady's on tour.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been up. I mean, Tom's done a lot on this visit up this way. He was up at is it Arthur's Seat? I think he walked up to see, and he's on his way up here. He's been up Snowdon.
I saw that. I saw his pictures on Facebook. With Mrs. B and the little doggy.
Well, you say you saw those pictures on Facebook. It's amazing what you can Photoshop these days, Des. That's all I'm saying. Honestly,
it's true. Not that we do anything like that, Lee. I have to say.
No. Of course not. So 2 players seeing a flop here. It's Dave, Kingswell, and Rory, and it's 5 king, show. So it's gone check, check. So we're going to see a 3 on the turn here. Check from Rory again. And Jack on the river. I think he's going to see a bet from Dave.
He's going to have a little pop at this, Lee.
650 or 750? 650. Decision on Rory.
Let's it go.
He lets them go, yeah. So Dave shows King, Queen of Hearts.
Nice. Stu Greenan, just feeding back on the sound, Lee. He said it was very muffled when you were talking about Man United. Yeah, don't worry about that, Stu. I muted him as well.
Yeah. You asked me about the football. I wasn't even going to discuss it. We're in a no. Last thing I want to do is to stop John Murray from tuning into the show. So it's the last thing because he's busy doing a lot of very good work with the WSOP Fantasy League at the moment. How are you getting on in that, Des, at the moment?
Lee, I am not sure, if I'm honest. I was going to say I'm crushing, but no. This is a whole new season.
Yeah, bring it. I don't know what the latest leaderboard is. Have you got access to that? Can we talk about that sort of thing? Are you able to bring that up or not?
I haven't got that, Lee. No. In fact, I haven't even seen the leaderboard. Am I going to suggest, just based on this narrative, that you're doing quite well?
I've no idea. I haven't checked it for a couple of days, but it's all the access to the spreadsheet is now. The information that John puts together is phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's all there, and you can.
Well, I tell you what. Let me dig it.
There's
up
a link to
it.
it. There's a link. There's a link to it in the. So it's a shared Google Doc, and he puts the leaderboard up on there now, and you can see everybody's teams and results and all that kind of thing. So it's it's very, very good. I mean, it's a lot of. To be honest, I think it's better than what the WSOP do. To be honest, it's phenomenal. But no, I'm not sure who's leading the way. But we're a surprising number of events in now, aren't we? Really. Already. And did you see the numbers that they got for the gladiators of poker?
God, Lee, the numbers are huge.
Absolutely incredible. Was it 28,000 runners? I think something like that. They got 8,500 runners on the final flight. I mean, just phenomenal for a $300 buy-in tournament. Just incredible. So D's all in, and just the big blind of Paul to get through, who's looking over at his stack, just seeing how much he's got there. Paul's thinking, do I want to do this?
What do you mean?
Disappointingly, Lee, I only seem to have viewing access to this spreadsheet.
And Paul's made the call. It's ace-6 for Paul, and D's got the pocket queens. It's the queens that are a risk. Here we go. Ace on the flop.
Wow.
That could be doing. It's going to need to be a queen. Not going to be there. And we are going to lose D in 5th place, picking up £1,350. Very well done to him. We're now on the medal bubble here on this final table. Paul had a little look for a while with the ace-6, and to be fair, D woke up with an absolute monster of a hand with pocket queens, ace on the flop, and we are going to be down to 4. Dave's just asking if he can move across. Of course he can. He can have that entire half of the table to our chip leader. That's not a problem. So we are down to 4. And I'm sure Tom will be looking to get medals on the table shortly. We're there or thereabouts. Yeah, I think it's view-only access, Des, because obviously, you've got to have a certain level of competency to be allowed anywhere near changing the spreadsheet. I mean, I think only the likes of Tom Brady's allowed anywhere near that spreadsheet, other than John Murray. You know, you've got to be of a certain quality.
Competency or trust, Lee? Which?
Both of those things. Yeah. To be fair, if you'd have watched Tom and I earlier on spend a long time trying to work out why his scroll lock doesn't work on his laptop and ended up giving up, it was honestly it was like some sort of Laurel and Hardy episode. It was highly entertaining. So here we go then. 4 players remaining. Only 3 medals. Someone is going to miss out, but they're certainly all now guaranteed £1,600 of cash. Now they can take that in Scottish money, or they can take it in real money, whichever they prefer. To be honest, entirely up to them.
It depends on whether they intend to spend it, Lee.
Well, yeah. I mean that is the point. I mean, for 3 of them, it's not a problem because they'll be able to spend Scottish money in Scotland. Now, for Dave Kingswell, if he wins Scottish money and takes it back down to Portsmouth, they're going to look at him a little bit funny when he tries to use some of that in his local newsagents, maybe to buy his weekly snacks. If he's got this funny Scottish money, I don't know how easily Portsmouth are going to take to this new currency that he could be bringing into the country.
Well, Lee, look, I'm super excited.
Oh, you've got the spreadsheet up. Well done. How's everyone doing?
That's it. Well, it would appear, Lee, that you're second.
Am I really? Oh,
apparently,
wow.
you're second out of all of those runners. Phil
incredible.
Huxley currently leading on 126 points. Lee, you have 117. Jake Dursley, Michael London have 110. Gaz, Barry Cullen, Joe Foley, all in the mix as well. I can see Des Duffy, well, on 83 points.
83 is very respectable, Des.
It's not bad, Lee. It's not bad.
And don't forget this, it's not all over yet. I mean, they're not even, the fat lady's not even warming up the vocal cords yet. No. We're not even close to getting to the end of this. So
it is early days, but impressive start, Lee.
Yeah, no, I've had a couple of nice picks. I think that's my second team, and although interesting, my first team, they've all scored points so far. Just only little min cashes and things like that. So, but my second team, yeah, I had Chad in there, who's done very well for me. He's had two wins, I think, so far, hasn't he? So
I can see, Lee, I can see your team here. You've got Barbero, who scored a point for you. You've got Samatino, who hasn't scored yet, hasn't shown.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything yet. No.
Yeah, Ben Yu has 14 points. Nick Schulman, 27, and I think he was.
Yeah, he's had a win. Yeah,
he was
he's had a
going
win.
deep in another event too. Chad Evslaj, is that right? Evslaj?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
51 points.
Chad's the one. Chad's the boy that's scoring the points. Yeah.
You've got a point with Osmos, 5 points with Howe Vieira. You've got Yuri Jivlevsky. Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Dan Zach 3 and Sean D 13.
Yeah. So yeah, we're in a nice place at the moment, and I still think that that's a group that can still score points later on in the series as well. So they're likely to go the distance, I think. So fingers crossed. But I think anyone that's got Chad in their team, and I think there's only about 6 of us that have, are all doing pretty well already. Yeah.
Here we are. So if we look at the top players, the World Series of Poker Week 1, Chad is number 1 with 51 points, 2 wins, 2 final tables, of course, 3 cashes. Sean Winter next up on 30 points. Shulman on 27. Ike Haxton with his first bracelet on 25. John Manette on 22. Andrew Kelsall on 19. And if I have a look down for some of the big names that traditionally get picked, 0. Far down do I have to go? So Phil Helmuth, 3 points.
Yeah, Helmuth and Negreanu are having another mare of a series, and they're playing volume.
Negreanu, who some will know as a Coldstream player now, 2 points.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, both of them have got little breakout rooms that they get to go to at the Horseshoe to give them a break during the tournaments and stuff. And maybe that's not a good way to be. I mean, it doesn't, meanwhile, there's a bit of a pot building here. There's about a million in the middle, and it's 7 deuce 8 9 jack, and it's Paul and Dave Kingswell. Paul bets out 600,000 on that board. I think Dave is. He's got some chips there. Is he gonna? And he makes the call. King 10 for a straight, and David hits Jack. David hits Jack. Yeah.
Jack on the end. Didn't do him any favors there, Lee. Cost him a bet.
No,
minimum.
nice little value bet there from Paul. Gets paid off.
Yeah,
which is kind of a bit of a role reversal there from earlier on this final table, where Dave very much did exactly that and got paid quite nicely a few times. Yeah, Dave a little bit cross with himself. You can see that that's Dave's cross face. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. Just in case no one's seen it before. Yeah.
Absolutely. Michael Retty's out there, Lee. Evening all. Good luck to all left. Quite right. Good evening to you, Michael. Di is out there. Come on, Dave Kingswell. But where's your bloody shirt, man?
Yeah, where's your blue blood hoodie? That's what she wants to know. Yeah. So raise from Dave to 525,000, and it's going to get that through. So we're now at level 27 days. So blinds are 100,000, 200,000 with a big blind ante of 200,000. We've got about another 20 minutes left of this level. So it is starting to get quite tasty. But obviously with 22.7 million in play, 4 players remaining. So average stack is now is just over 5.5 million. So they're playing average stack of about 26 big, something like that. So yeah, it is slowly creeping down, isn't it? We've been playing up in the 30s for most of this day too. Raise from Paul on the button to 400,000, being called by Dave out of the big blind. So it'll be 2 players to see a flop. Here we go. And then it's 6-8-4. The Dave to act first. And it's gone check. So we'll see the 5 of hearts on the turn. Checking it again. Brings that beautiful king of clubs. Dave fires out 700,000. And makes the call, and Dave shows the straight.
7+7.
King 7, and had the hearts as well. So yeah, he's in a nice spot there.
And Simon is back with us. Get it one, Dave Kingswell.
Not the first deep run that Dave's had at APAT events. I think I'm right in saying he won one of our Irish championships, if I'm right. Des, if I remember back.
Did he?
Back in the day, yeah. So Paul gets out the way, as does Chris. So Dave makes up a small blind. So him and Rory are going to see a board here. Here comes the flop. And it's 6 King 7. A couple of diamonds out there. Check from Dave, check from Rory. Check again. Dave bets out 300,000.
Oh, I've lost you there again, Lee.
That blip again, Des.
Yeah, let's get you to go back in and out, please.
Okay, hopefully that's back okay.
Yeah, there you go. And just checking, yes, Dave won the Irish Amateur in 2017. Nice result. First for just over 5,000 euros. We've seen a flop there. Just one or two tech issues here, guys, and we will iron them out. Meanwhile, we are seeing a hand play out. We see Paul and Chris in the hand. It looks like Chris is putting in a small raise here. Action's back on Paul. Gets the call. I don't know if we can see that. Can you hear me, Lee?
So Paul with the ace queen
There you go.
picks up the win there. I don't hope you're still hearing us at home. I've lost your audio, Des. So
I can hear you now, Lee. Can you hear me? Check. Testing.
So I will continue on here, hoping that everyone is still hearing at home.
Testing, Lee. Can you hear me?
So raised from Dave Kingswell to 425,000. Rory gets out the way, as does Paul. Just Chris in the big blind.
Testing, Lee.
So
Can you hear me?
it's gone check on a 4-king 6 board. So we're going to see the deuce of diamonds. Checking again. 7 of diamonds on the river. And Chris checks. So Dave fires out a bet of 300,000. And they both got ace-8, so it's going to get chopped up. Good call from Chris.
Nice. Can you hear me now, Lee? Testing, Lee.
You said nothing, so I thought he did something to get off of me. His name, the best out of it. Fucking love it.
So let me know if you get your audio back, Des.
Yeah, testing. Can
Whether
you
you're
hear me?
hearing
Lee?
me?
Can you?
Meanwhile, on we go. 4 players left. It's Chris in the small blind, Dave in the big blind. Rory gets out the way first to act, as does Paul. So blind on blind. Chris makes up the small blind. I think Dave's going to raise it up, and he does. Makes it another 425,000 on top to play, so it's 625 in total.
Testing, Lee. Can you hear me?
Both show an ace, but yeah.
So, guys, could you just put in the chat box if you can hear Lee and myself? That would be helpful. Thank you. Testing, testing. Okay, so Andy is saying he can hear us both.
No, no, yeah, you've been at it 3 times. Around the week.
He's ready. Ask him to go back in a minute.
So a few tech issues there, guys. Lee's just going to exit and come back into the platform. Hopefully that will fix the issue. I'm sure you'd rather hear Lee than me as we take this thing from 4 through to the medals and the eventual winner.
Hey,
Right,
Lee,
so on we go.
can you hear
Next
me?
hand. It's going to be Rory in the small blind, Paul in the big blind this time, so it'll be Chris to act first.
Lee. Can you hear me?
Got one like drop. Got so many bullets.
So Lee's obviously just playing around with his settings there, guys. Let's hope we can fix this. So guys, I can see in the background Lee's just doing some cabling just with his phone. Let's see if that can straighten out the issue. If it doesn't, he'll continue with commentary. And I will just produce the pictures in the background. Wow.
Oh, I can hear you now. How about that?
Well, yeah, great. There's a lot of noise coming in from somewhere else, like we can hear the casino.
Yeah. I've just switched to the. I've just put my my mic and stuff into the static camera. So
okay, check. Great.
So
great,
at least you can. That means you can hear me and I can hear you. But I
Yeah.
don't quite know why all of a sudden we lost everything from the other one. But it doesn't make any huge amount of sense. But the important thing is you can hear me. So I will just stand away from the table here now. So I'll talk you through the flops and stuff if I need to. As long as you can hear me pretty well, then we'll be that'll work. And I can hear you again now, so that's fine. So yeah, it's still four-handed here. So blinds are at 100,000, 200,000. So Paul's going to act first. He folds. Round we go to Chris. And
sounds like a Vegas casino, Lee. There's just buzzing there. Sounds like you've got 100 people around you. They're all playing, winning. So
I'm assuming you only get the one. You only get the one feed in now, Des? Yeah.
let's have a look. Yes, Lee. Yes.
Perfect. That's all right. That's okay. Cool. So just checking it wasn't the mic on the other one. That's fine. So that's okay.
Okay, let's take this thing home, hey?
Yeah. Why not?
Okay, guys, so for the remainder of the final table, we'll go one camera. But we'll talk you through flops and stuff like that, so shouldn't be any issues.
So not much going on with this this one, other than Rory is all in from the button. And it's been called by Paul. Paul's got ace-10, and it's queen-8 for Rory. It's the queen-8 that's going to be at risk here. And it's 9-8-9, 8 for Rory. Queen also is good. Need to avoid the. I said about to say he needs to avoid the jack, and a jack comes on the river, and we're going to lose Rory in 4th place. Unbelievable. Out he goes in 4th place.
Crikey.
There you go, and we're going to be down to 3 players. We are in the medals now, Des. If you just switch away from the camera for a second for me, Des. Go to something.
Yeah.
And let me see if I can. Let me see if I can get.
So we do have our championship medals, guys. You'll take that one.
How does You got static feed up again now?
I think we're good.
Switched over.
So we're just setting up the camera for the final 3 guys.
Why, of course, not. It's got to be behind as well, of course.
Michael Retty says it's a rogues gallery. I guess he's talking about the picture we had of the final tablists. Indeed it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right then. So hopefully you've got a decent enough shot. Have I got everybody in there? Let me slightly tweak that and see if I can get a bit more of Dave in there. Is that better?
That's fine.
How about that?
Perfect.
There you go. And then I should be now good to go. Let's go Roman again. How about that?
Okay, let's have a look. Oh, it's like we're back in the good old days, Lee.
There we go. Right, we're back with it. So quick switch over of cameras for whatever reason, and move the other one to static, and we're good. So we're ready to go. So there, three players remaining. These are our medalists. So very well done. Let's first of all give a proper name check to Paul Brown, who is going to be our second in chips, I would say, here on this final table now.
So guys, where you were, as I told you, when we go 300 on championship events, the clock goes to 20 minutes.
So Tom just explaining that the clock gets halved and we're down to 3. So Paul Brown, Chris Wilson and Dave Kingswell. They are going to be our 3 that are picking up medals. So good luck to all of them. We've just got a couple of minutes left of this level at 100k and 200k, and then we'll be moving on up again. But as I say, we're now on a 20-minute clock, so it's going to get a little bit more interesting. Lots of chips in play though still.
I have to say, the last 3 pretty decisive though, Lee. They're all prepared to get involved, as you'd expect. So I don't think this will take a huge amount of time, actually.
Yeah, I think it'll. We'll see. We've got to. King 8-6-4. Bet from Dave, and that gets through.
Do you have a? Oh, I suppose you. I was going to say a little stand or anything, Lee. You could literally just leave that camera on the table.
Not easily.
Yeah, in which case, let's not worry about that.
Heads up. Lego. Unlikely. Put your heads up.
Lee, just for the guys, can you run through the top 3 payouts?
Yeah, can do. So bronze medal position will pick up £2,000. Silver medal will pick up 2,500, and the gold medal position is going to pick up 3,500. So
Very nice.
2 bags, 2.5, 2 bags, 2.5 bags, and 3.5 bags as in new money. So yeah.
Yeah. And Dave is indeed the chip leader at this point.
Yeah, he very much is. Yeah. So I'll just try and work out what Dave's got for you now. He's got 8, 9. I'd say Dave has got about 10 million, maybe just slightly over 10 million of the 22 million in play.
Good shape, of course. If the other 2, if one doubles up the other in second and third at the moment, of course, Dave will be heads up pretty flat in chips.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's an interesting dynamic now, 3-handed, what you do, isn't it? So Chris and Dave checking down this board. Queen, King, Jack. Now see a 6 on the turn. Check from Chris. 300,000 is the bet from Dave. Been called by Chris, so we're going to see a river card. And it's another Queen. A board bookended by Queens. Check from Chris and Dave bets out 625,000. And Chris makes the call with Jack 7, and Dave showed 5-3, I think it was. Yeah, 5-3.
Wow.
Had a pop at it.
No, I'm just saying it's here.
Had a pop at it and got found out. Now, whether some of his previous hands have got players a bit suspicious or not, I don't know. But certainly. Jack 7 was the call from Chris there. There was a lot on the board there, Des. It wasn't. That's not an easy call to make.
No.
That's what I was looking at your fourth I was like, I don't know.
So Dave's having a chat now about what he could have had, but he had 5-3. So Paul and Chris are going to see this flop, and it's a 7-6 deuce. Chris bets 400,000. This is. Paul says I raise. Chris very quickly folds before Paul even counts out how many raising chips it was going to be.
Michael Retty with a good question, Lee. He wants to know: has there been any talk of a deal? You tell him, Lee.
Yeah, they've been chatting a deal. Basically, Tom and I aren't happy with our cut, so we've said unless we get more of a percentage, we're not going to do a deal.
Right.
That's what we said. Tom insists he's only going to do a deal if he can have first prize money. That's what he said. So the players weren't happy with that. So yeah,
No deal, Lee. No deal.
so there's no deals. Yeah, it's not happening. Tom Brady's fault. We'd have been done by now. If, yeah.
Jamie. Can you do something? Can you take the beans off the table? You take the 5 quid off. No, wait for the beans.
Lee, just a suspicious person there wearing braces. What's going on, Lee?
That is Jamie, the TD. They're just saying, can we take some of the 5k chips off the table, because there's a lot of the green 5ks. We're still playing blinds at 125,000, 250,000. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense just to get rid of a chunk of these greens now, because when it comes to players, making moves, there's no need for them to still be there ready, so they can just take stacks of them off. They just need a few each to get through this level for 14 minutes, and then they'll be done.
Oh, there's something very satisfying about that, Lee.
Yeah.
Which is that ching, ching, ching.
So that's 500,000 gone from the table there, Des. As quick as that.
Yeah.
Done.
They should have just passed them straight over to Dave Kingswell.
Well, I mean, there is a very, very funny line I could quote, but only you would get it, and I can't possibly say it live on the stream. But there's there is a very amusing joke about I've not seen 500,000 exchanged that quickly since, and I'll leave you to finish the punchline. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, folks at home. That's
I have no comment to make.
Yeah.
Oh, Lee, if you're there, we've lost you. There we go. You're back again.
We're 4 hours in, Des. We're 4 hours in.
Oh, was that the magic 4 hours?
Yeah. Luckily, it's just a press a button, so we're all good. So yeah, Dave and Paul are going to see a flop here of 6, ace, 9. It's gone check. So we'll see a turn card. It's going to be an 8. So 6, ace, 9, 8 is the board. Dave fires out a bet of 425,000. Paul's going to make the call here. Of course, Chris is loving this. The 2 big stacks having a bit of a Barney in a pot here. It's all good. The river brings a 5, so the board is now 6, ace, 9, 8, 5.
Semi-deep reach from Dave Kingswell here.
You might say that. I couldn't possibly comment. Yeah, no, he's stacking up there 1.45 million. Yeah, 1.4. 1.45 million. Paul says that's your range, isn't it?
Slight suspicion of a bit of a blocker bet there, a bit of pot management.
Paul's going to fold, showing an ace. So Paul folds, showing an ace. And Dave just stacks up those chips.
Apparently, Lee, Dave is a bluffer.
Really? Who's that coming from?
That's from Michael Retty.
Okay. Well, there's your bluffer.
He's doing a fine job of it at the moment, it has to be said.
Yeah, he's not really got looked up too often, is he? Really, on this final table. That's for sure. So, but on we go. Blinds at 125,000, 250,000. Chris folds the button, and it's a raise from Dave Kingswell out of the small blind to 500,000. And Paul's going to make the call. So, same two players are going to see it flop again. Which is King, Queen, Deuce. Check from Dave. Check from Paul. And so it's another Queen on the turn. And Paul bets 600,000. And Dave makes the call, so we're going to get to see a river card here, Des, with a lot of chips in the middle. And it's another king. And Dave fires at a bet of 500,000. Paul gives a little chuckle. Paul says a call. Dave shows a queen. Queen 6 clubs. And
the chips go down the King's Road, Lee.
Well, he's just running very well, hitting some hands, and is playing those hands pretty well and getting maximum value out of them. That's what's happening at the moment. And the other two don't quite know what to do about it. And we're now in a position where Dave is denting Paul's stack quite considerably, and which is now making it, is making potentially, which is one of the other two bust next. It's going to make the heads up comfortably in Dave's favour. Whereas, as you said before, where it was when he had just over 10 million, it was it was if one of the others bust each other, and then it'd be an even heads up. Whereas now it's not. That isn't the case anymore.
Well, if Dave actually busts one of these, I mean, he's pretty much home and hosed if he can.
Well, he's in a he's certainly in a very good place for for looking to take this down.
And hats off, respect. I mean, he's won the Irish in 2017, as we discussed earlier. If he adds the Scottish to that, a full 6 years later, sounds like a long time, but there aren't too many players at APAT with 2 national titles.
No, absolutely.
Ben Young, Carl Pilgrim. Who else have we got, Lee?
Just 5 minutes, just give me a shout. Okay?
So Ross just letting the players know that they've removed
If you all agree, then yes, that's fine. If somebody says no, then
I just agree that they've just moved the breaks out, so basically it'll be up to the players as to if they want to agree to have to take a 2-minute toilet break if they need to. So Paul's raised it up from the button, and Chris says I'm all in. Gives the little A sign, triangle sign. I like it. That should be a thing. Dave gets out of the way. Chris says it's 2.3. So Paul had already raised up to 500,000. So the all-in shove is for about 2.4 million. And Paul's going to let that go.
Lee, I've got to play it again. Protect your ears. Here we go. So Simon says, try not to bother him, Des, talking about Dave Kingswell. And then he went, no, Bach. Try not to balk him, Des.
Very good, very good.
We'll give him that one.
I think Dave's now playing about 12 million, maybe. Maybe a bit more than that. And we know Chris is playing about 3 million, which would mean Paul's got about 7.5. So Dave and Paul are going to see this flop, which is Queen 9-3. It's gone check. So we'll see another Queen on the turn. And Dave makes it 450,000. Yeah. And so Paul's made the call, and so there's an ace on the river. Dave's busy chatting to himself. And he's reaching for some chips again, Des. And I think that might be 800,000. 700,000. Decision back on Paul. So the board is Queen 9-3, Queen Ace. Makes the call, and Dave shows Jack 3, and it's 8-3 for Paul, so it's going to be chopped up.
Wow.
It's going to be chopped up. Paul makes the call with 8-3. But I mean, this is just now where the point where they're not believing Dave anymore. Okay, he had a bit of it there, but actually, Paul seemed to thought his 8-3 was good, or worst case was going to chop it. Well, it did chop it. I mean, this could well play into Dave's hands here, because if he can now actually wake up with some hands, they're not believers. But remember that 8-3, Paul, got into that hand with 8-3 in the first place.
Yeah.
So Paul's made up small blind. Chris has just checked in the big. So we're going to see a board of 5-5-3 to start with. So check from Paul. 275 is the bet from Chris, which has been called by Paul. So we'll see a turn card. That's the King of Hearts. So Paul bets 550 and Chris is going to fold. And on we'll go. Only another minute left for this level, Des. And so now the three-handed, the levels chop in half. So we do see things move a little bit quicker. Now.
If you tell me when the new level starts, Lee, I shall add it on the screen.
Yeah, it's going to be in about 45 seconds' time. So, and then we will be up to level 29. So with obviously 20-minute levels now. So raised from Paul on the button to 500,000, being called by Dave in the big blind. So we're going to see a flop of 369. Check from Dave, another bet of 600,000, and we're going to be new level 3, 2, 1 now.
Thank you.
So Dave made the call of the 600,000 bet from Paul. It's gone check after the 7 on the turn, so we're going to see a river card that's going to be a 5 of hearts. So that's what the board.
No, I can't see those at all, Lee. Well, I'm starting to see them now. They're hard to see. That's super clear.
1 million.
So Dave bets 1 million. Dave said 1 million, threw 2 million in.
0, 0, 0, 0.
Yeah. And it was pointed out that that's inflation for you. So that's the board we're looking at. And decision on Paul.
I know, but it's one of them, I was short, I doubled up. Got 2s and 3s in against 4 overs, obviously. Rubbered that straight. Rubbered straight. Hit an ace on the thumb. Doubled up, and then I've got ace, king, queen, 8 in against his ace, king, 10, 6. Aye, mate. King, turn, 10 rubber. Okay, we'll chop it all the way, yeah.
And Paul makes the call, and Dave shows 5-8 for the turn straight.
Wow.
And Paul shows a 9. So for what we're doing, top pair, and Dave gets paid off on the river there.
Rich get richer, Lee.
Well, To be honest, Des, it's exactly what I said 5 minutes ago, that they're not believers, and so if Dave can actually get some hands, he's going to he's going to get paid off, and that's exactly what's happened. And it took Paul a little while to make that decision. Really kind of dwelled over it, and just didn't believe. But actually, this time Dave had it, and so he really is absolutely bossing this three-handed now. So blinds are up now to 150,000, 300,000. The blinds did change about 3 minutes. That hand took so long to play through. So Chris is on the button this time, and Chris is all in, and both other players get out of the way. So Paul's got about 4.5 million, maybe a little bit more than that, maybe 5 playing now. And Chris is playing 1 million, 2 million, 2.6. Chris is playing about 2.6 million. Oh, 3.2. He's got chips already in the middle. So 3.2, which means Dave is playing about about 13 mil, something like that, maybe 14 mil. So Paul makes up the small blind. So Paul and Chris see a flop of 4, 8, 10.
They got the band right next to you, Lee.
It sounded that way. It's the speakers are right up above us.
Sounds like you're a Glastonbury, mate.
Yeah.
It's going to be happening.
So Chris bets out 450,000, and Paul folds, and Chris scoops that little one. I can do a quick reset on this one, Des, if you want to see if that clears the sound up for you.
Okay, let's try that.
Yeah, I'll do that now. Right, we'll see if that's any better for you as Chris is all in and gets that through David, who had 10-5, didn't want to play with 10-5. And Chris had pocket threes. Fact is, it would have been a race. Because David had two overcards. Wasn't to know, obviously, but whether he would have, if he'd have known he was racing, whether he would have actually just taken that flip, I'm not sure. So we're at 11 o'clock in Edinburgh, and Tom said he thought both the medal events he thought would finish at around 11. Well, the PLO has concluded, and we're getting close. here in this the main event.
Absolutely.
Raise from Dave gets through, and on we go. And it is it's pricey here now, 150,000, 300,000 for the other two. They can't afford to just let chips keep going to Dave. So prize money wise now, the guys are guaranteed £2,000. It's 2,500 for second place and 3,500 up top. So Dave's on the button this time. And he's counting out some chips again, Des. That's a million. That's 1.3 million.
In they go.
Paul folds in the small blind. I mean, from Chris's point of view, if he makes the move here, he's... With stack size, he's kind of committed to it. He'll certainly have a think about it and folds. So Dave's in the big blind and gets a walk.
I feel like boogieing, Lee.
I was going to say, yes, you can hear, yes, sir, I can boogie in the background, yes.
Definitely I want a boogie woogie.
Yeah. I'm amazed we've not had the stream taken down for background music. But
Just a matter of time, I'm sure.
yeah. So Chris is all in, and the other two fold. So.
That's what I want. Thank you. I wouldn't even want it, man. I feel like fraud. I like how.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Quick change of dealer, excellent stuff.
Unless you want to do more or less.
Do that. It's been unbelievably deep until I've been
Yeah?
unbelievably deep until I've been
That's good, though. It's good to get a structure like that, though. You know what I mean? So many chapters. So many chapters.
So players around the table just chatting about how good the structure is. Plenty of play. And we're now at the crunch end. These guys.
Welcome. Thank you. I nearly got another chance because I
So let's see what Dave does with his button this time. And this time he's just going to make a call. 300,000 is the call at the moment. And Paul makes it small blind. What's Chris going to do out of the big? And he checks. So 3 players going to see a flop. Ace, Jack, Queen.
Nice.
And let's go and check all the way around. So we're going to see the deuce on the river. Nothing much to see there. There's the deuce of diamonds. Checks round to Dave, who fires out a bet of $500,000. 500,000. Paul folds. Chris makes the call. So we're going to see a river card here, which is the 8 of clubs. And Chris checks. So is Dave going to fire again? He does. Very quickly called by Chris. And Jack 7 is what Dave's got, and King Queen is what Chris is holding. And so yeah, a little bit trappy there from Chris, and allowed Dave to walk right into that. But again, Des, as I was, we were talking not that long ago.
Yeah.
That's the tactic, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Dave just said, he said, I've got to adjust my game now. I get the impression here, Chris is quite happy to play flops against Dave, and 6 King 4 is the flop, and Dave makes it 400,000 to play. And Chris, after a little dwell, decides to fold. On we go. So on we go. Chris on the button, he gets out of the way. So Dave's small blind. And he makes it the small blind. Paul checks on the big. So 2 players to this flop, which is going to be 8 Queen 4. Goes check check. So we'll see a 10 on the turn. Checking down again. 9 on the river. Dave bets 400k and Paul folds. So Paul is all in from the small blind. He gets that 3. I'm just counting up Dave's stack there. I think Dave's playing about 14 million.
Greg, what's your name? I can't stay down. You come back for the first night or something on.
So yeah, I think Dave's playing about 14 million, and I think Chris is playing about 5 million, and Paul's got the rest, which is about just over 3 million.
Really? Yeah, inside the back rooms.
So very much in Dave's hands here, but he's got to see it out, Des.
100%. Yeah.
They just gave it a price. That'd be brilliant. 5 years.
So, and as you can see on the screen, counter in the top left-hand corner tells you that we're in another minute and 20 seconds odd time. We are going to be blinds up again.
Greg could be the biggest skip of aggression.
So raise from Dave to 600,000. Paul says I'm all in from the big blind, and Dave folds. It's got very cagey now, Des. This is just, it feels like you're just waiting. This is now waiting for hands to collide. There's a bit of prodding and a bit of pushing back, and yeah.
I like that Dave isn't willing to play for stacks. I like that he's not going to easily double one of them up. He continued to play low ball. He's trying to win it as risk-free as he can do.
Yeah, but at the same time, applying the pressure. He's not holding back.
Absolutely right.
He's getting involved in a lot of hands here. Just called for the 300,000 from the button. Paul's made up the small blind, so all three of them are going to see this flop.
So I assume.
Nine, queen, deuce, checks all the way round. So we'll see a 3 on the turn. Paul's checked. Well, I think Chris is making a bet. He is. He's going to bet 425,000. And the other two both fold. So blinds are up, and we're now playing 200,000, 400,000 with a 400,000 big blind ante. So from the button, Paul is all in. Chris folds, and Dave gets out of the way as well. And of course, you've got to remember, Des, we built this city on rock and roll,
I know that, Lee, because, I've heard the cue behind you.
Absolutely. So Chris gets out of the way on the button. Dave makes up the small blind. So just Paul and Dave are going to see the board of 10, Queen, King. Dave fires out a bet of 500,000. and Paul folds.
Well done, Sinov.
It just does have this feel, Des, that we're just waiting for some hands to collide here. It is very cagey. And it's not a huge jump. Yeah, I mean, money-wise, the guys are guaranteed £2,000 now for third place, and it goes 2,500 and 3,500. But obviously, it's all about the medals and the title here now, I think.
Yeah.
So Paul's all in, and Chris has made the call with 8s.
Wow, here we go.
So Paul's got 6-3. It's a 6-3 that's risk of clubs. It's 8s he's up against. Well, there's a couple of clubs and a 3. 7's no good. And 9's no good, and that's it. I think we're going to lose. We'll just double check, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, looking at it, Chris has got him covered yellows, and he's certainly got it covered on the oranges as well. So yeah, we are going to lose. We're going to lose Paul in third place, bronze medal place. Tom will sort out a photo. Very well done to him. He was chip leader coming onto this final table, and really got involved there in a lot of those hands. And he's going to pick up £2,000 and the bronze medal. We're going to say Tom will sort out a photo with him. Dave's just gone quickly for a toilet break, and then we'll be getting this heads up underway. So I think they're both going to actually. I think they're both going to just go and do that actually. So we'll be a couple of minutes, and then we'll be underway again. We'll just say sort out the photo with our professional photographer Tom Brady. Very good. Yeah, I thought Paul played very well on that final table. Actually,
Yeah.
really certainly deserved at least a medal, if not more, out of it. I think he had to change his game and worked out how to play. How to play against a couple of the players on there, and change his game to suit, and then just got a little bit unlucky when it mattered.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I thought it was a really good final table, Lee. I mean, obviously we reached heads up. It went through a number of different stages, but I thought Paul played well. I thought Chris was in a lot of parts sensibly. I think Dave Kingswell's played really well over the last, 30 minutes, hour in particular. I think he's played his stack well. So it's been a really good, entertaining final table.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And we'll see how this plays out now. I'm just looking now stack-wise. Dave's got 12 million, 13 million, 14 million. So it's about a 2-to-1. It's roughly got a 2-to-1 chip lead, I think. It's pretty much. It's going to be about 14 and a bit million versus 8 mil, something like that. So basically, Chris busting Paul has now given him a chance in this heads up. As you said, if it had been Dave busting one of the two, would have been a completely different heads up situation.
Well, Dave, will I let take the picture here? Here. I hope you're sitting down, Dave.
So Tom's just said to Dave, I'll either be taking the picture stood up next to a banner or sat at the table. He said, I hope you sat down.
Yeah.
Remember Dave won our Irish Championship.
In 2017, it's been the talk of this live stream, along with a hand where he shoved it all in. But that's another thing altogether. That's one to do.
And that was something picked up the Vegas extra prize. Oh, he won championship.
Are you feeling confident here, Dave? Yeah. Yeah.
Be happy when you have a
It's nothing to do with the dealers, honestly. It's about the players. You'll be okay. You'll be all good. So here we go. So we've just chipped up some of the colours here now, Des, and I think we're going to be pretty much good to go.
Super.
Chris is back, ready and raring to go. He looks revitalised. Chris does. He looks ready, very much ready to do business. So
clock does reduce to 1 minute.
On we go. So yeah, so as Tom's just said, when we get heads up, the clock reduces to 1 minute. So good luck to the players. Basically get your chips in the middle is the plan. So here we go. So blinds are 200,000, 400,000. Yeah. So on we go then.
Here we go, guys. Heads up.
So good luck to them both.
Reset to it. Reset back.
So this is Chris Wilson against David Kingswell, heads up for the Scottish Amateur Poker Champion 2023 title. So first hand, and Chris raises it up. David goes to re-raise, Chris just folds. And on we go. So as I say, this started with roughly a 2-1 chip lead for David Kingswell. But we know how quickly that can change around heads up, Des, yeah?
Absolutely. Don't take your eyes off it.
So Chris makes it 1.4 million. Dave folds. Chris just trying to work out what his stack is there. So I think Chris is playing about 8 million. I think pretty much 8 million and 50, maybe something like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lee, one double.
Yeah.
Completely different story.
Yeah, 22.7 million in play. So it's about 14 million to 8 million. So Chris raises up again, and David folds. They're certainly not hanging about here, Des.
Let's go. They're probably hearing that music in the background, Lee.
Yeah. Let's get this done. It's nearly 11:30 here now on the Sunday night. So Dave raises it up to 800,000. Chris very quickly calls, so we're going to see a flop here.
It's going to be interesting.
Jack 4 deuce. Dave fires out a bet. 700,000. Chris makes it 1.8 million. Dave says a call.
Wow, okay.
So we're going to see a turn here. King of clubs on the turn. Check from Chris. Check from Dave. Here comes the river. 8 of spades on the river. Check again from Chris. And Dave says 2 million. Puts one of his stack of oranges in. Stacked in 20s, the 100k chips.
It's just pressure.
makes a call. 7-4. And Chris has got 8-6.
Wow.
So 8-6 is going to take it. River D8. And that's massively changed it on this final table. Heads up.
Wow. We know Chris is prepared to play. He's been doing it all evening.
That's put Chris into the chip lead. Yes, it has. Yeah, new chip leader. It is Chris. So 10 Queen King is the flop. Chris fires that bet 400,000. And Dave makes the call. Another 10 in the turn. Goes check check. We're going to see another king.
Board now.
And they're both playing the board, so that'll just chop up. 5-4 against Jack 6. So let's know at home, guys, who do you think is going to win this now? Who do you want to win this? It's very much all up for grabs, as somebody said once famously. Was that too soon, Des, for me to
too
mention
soon?
That? Yeah, still too soon. Yeah, still too soon. Okay, that's fine. He was, isn't he? What, 35 years ago? Yeah. Yeah. So raise from Dave gets through. Chris folds, and on we go.
I'm not going to play his little promo, but the Oracle thinks David will win this. Unwavering support.
Okay, excellent. Good. That's what we like. I think I may beg to differ. Is that allowed? I'm not sure. But that's allowed. Yeah.
I think opinion is fine.
Yeah. From what I've witnessed, but we'll see how this does play out. A long way to go yet. And it's 900,000 is the raise from Chris, and Dave re-raises to 2 million. This is all pre-flop, folks. So Chris made it 900,000, and Dave's made it 2 million. Chris is looking to see how much you're playing behind, and Chris says like. Call.
Okay, this is getting interesting.
So that's 4 million in the middle. There's 22.7 million chips in play in total, folks. Here comes the board. 10 Jack 10. Check from Dave. Check from Chris. So Queen.
Third spade.
And Dave bets 2 million. And Chris is going to fold.
Well, it's a big pot back for Dave. So
very
Val
much
Gray's out
is.
there, Chris for the win, and Triplin says, I know Dave will tell me all about this when I see him next. Ian Schmidt, very close game. Two great players on YouTube. They are indeed. And David Rosie said, Chris is a lovely bloke. Well, it's pretty even out there, Lee, in support for the players.
So just Naz has just come to the rail. He's just finished third in the side event. So cashed in the main event earlier on, having been the online chip leader. Yeah, and he's just making a point that actually Chris bust him earlier on today. But he's just finished third in the side event as well. So
very nice,
very well done to Naz. Even better than that is Naz is of an age now where he gets cheap train fare. So yeah, so he said it was quite cheap to get down here apparently. So. So they've checked this board all the way down. So we're Queen Deuce, Queen 4-3, should I say? Is absolute min in the middle here. Dave makes it 600,000, and decision on Chris. So it's fairly evens again. Chris is playing about 10 to just over 10 million now. So they're pretty evens stack wise again now, Des. After Dave got that won that hand. Yeah, so very well done to Naz. He lost a flip against Chris early on in day 2. I think Chris had ace king, if I remember rightly, against Naz. But great to see him. And a decent run in the side event as well, which is lovely. So the board is 4-7 Jack. Dave makes it 600,000. That's been called by Chris. So we're going to see a turn card here, which is the 5 of diamonds. Check from Dave. And Chris makes it 1.2 million. And Dave calls. Big pot building again here, Des.
Absolutely.
8 of spades. And Dave says I'm all in with 5-6 for the rivered straight. And Chris got out of the way very quickly. But again, yeah, Dave got there. Would a little value bet have maybe got paid off there? I suppose it's difficult to know what Chris would have had there, but certainly the all-in shove, Chris wasn't calling that in the slightest. But maybe a little value bet might have questioned, maybe made Chris not a believer again, because we've had a bit of that.
Yeah.
So Dave back in the position he was when we started this heads up. Dominating. And say flop 5-4 ace this time, and check from Chris, and Dave bets out 400,000. And Chris makes the call. So we'll see a turn card here, which is the 3. $1.4 million is the bet from Dave. And Chris is going to make the call, Des.
Interesting.
So we're going to see a river card here. It's that third heart.
Hearts get there.
check from Chris. Check, and it's 6 deuce for Chris, and turned the straight. And, ace, I think it was ace deuce for Dave.
Oh, that was huge.
Yeah, I mean that third heart. I mean, yeah, Chris is not wanting to see the third heart.
Oh yeah. Check going, yeah.
So I'd say we're back now, sort of 12 million to Dave's got, and Chris will have about 10.5, something along those lines.
It's nothing in it, Lee.
No, absolutely. And they're both playing, playing pots here. This is not, this is not one shying away from this. All in the call. All in the call. Dave's gone all in with ace 5 and has been called by Chris's pocket 10s. It's going to be the 10s that risk here because Dave's got him covered. So here we go. It is close. 9, 5, 8. Another 8.
Could be an ace or a 5.
Deuce. Dave's whispering under his breath one time. And we're going to get a quick count up here, but it's 8, 9, 10. It's 10 million plus some loose, so it's probably about 10.3 million, something like that. It's going to be a double up for Chris, which is going to absolutely decimate Dave's stack. It'll even be on about 2 million. It'll be 20 million against 2. 10.4 is the count. So.
Crikey, you're on the nail there, Lee.
Yeah, so 10.4 is the count, which is going to pretty much leave. That's going to put Chris on to 20.8 million. There's 22.7 million in play, so it's going to leave Dave with about it'll be 1.9 million. And Dave's not going to want to hear this, but the blinds are up as well. So it is very much now a 10-1 chip lead for Chris. Just to be clear on that, if you were watching at home, Dave shoved all in with ace 5 and got snap called by pocket 10s. That's what happened. So on we go. Blinds are now 300,000, 600,000. And Dave folds his small blind. So we got a quick change of dealer.
Just Ian Schmidt's there saying, well played, Chris. So it's not over yet, of course, but Chris, substantial chip leader now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's played well, Lee, throughout, as indeed I think as Dave Kingswell.
Yeah, no, it's been it's been another high quality final table that we've watched.
Like
we've been really spoiled, and Dave is all in, and it's been called by Chris. Dave has got 10-7, and it's ace 3 for Chris. It's the 10-7 at risk.
So 10 or 7 needed, folks. Well, this is done. There's a 7 and a 10.
It's going to be a 5. Would change it, and no, it's going to be a double up for. It's going to be a. No, I'm calling for at home, David. So those people know what the outs are. That's all. I'm certainly not calling for cards for anybody. Yeah, so Dave gets a double up. Yeah, unfortunately, atmosphere's changed a little bit now with this final table, as inevitably it would be when such a hand goes the wrong way. So Dave needs to get his head sorted, and he's still in with a shout here, because that's one double up. That's one double up, which puts him on now about 4 million. So he's now 4 million against about 18 million. One more double up, and all of a sudden he's 8 million, you know, against 14, and it's back as it was, really, just the other way round.
I think what Chris has to take from that is that Dave's prepared to get any two in now. Right, he'll take he'll take a little race, no problem.
Yeah.
Nothing to lose.
And say Chris is quite happy to call, you know, if he's got an ace, he'll call it off. Yeah, not a problem at all. So Dave's going to need to get a little bit lucky, but it's very doable. Say one more double up, and he's back up on 8 million of the 22 in play. So it's not over yet. So we're just going to see a flop here. And Chris fires that bet, and as Dave says, big blind special, 5-3. Not doing anything with that. So on we go.
An ace is super strong heads up, Lee. He's just unlucky to find himself against tens in that big hand. Many other times it's done.
I think where they are. No, I think where they are stack size there. It's never a low.
Too aggressive. Too aggressive.
Yeah, it's never. Again, in that situation, you're winning the blinds. What are you getting called by?
Yeah.
You know, what's calling you there that's in the worst spot? Because Chris doesn't need to. It's all in the call. So Dave's got 8-9, and he's up against Jack 10. Again, it's the ace 9, 8-9. Sorry, that's at risk. Here we go. Oh, that's a nice
6, 7, 8,
additional
9.
outs.
Crikey.
There's the 9. And it's going to be another double up for Dave.
Wow, go Dave. I mean, I'm not supporting Dave here, but it's certainly making it pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, Chris is just sat there, gives a little big breath out, just like, okay, what have I got to do to finish this off? Been ahead in the last two all-ins, pre, and has doubled Dave up on both of them. But as we say, that's what can happen. So Dave's gone from 2 million to 4 million now to to pretty much 8 million. Or actually, maybe not quite 8 million. Actually, it's probably 6 point something. Maybe actually, because he actually probably had a little bit less than that. Let's have a look. What's he got there now?
So Di's out there says Dave is doing a charity walk in London on the 24th of June, crossing I think 7 bridges. If any APATers would like to donate, I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I know he would. Yeah,
for that.
I know he would. Yeah, we think he's got about 6.8 million now. We think Dave's got. So he lost a bit with his before he got his next double up, but very much back in the back of the game. One more double up, and he takes the chip lead. So. So checking down the flop. Chris checks the turn. Dave's reaching for some chips. And makes it $1 million, and Chris folds.
I'll tell you quietly,
And
Lee.
Dave shows a king there, so he flopped a king. Pair of kings.
Quietly, but Dave is right back in this again.
Oh, he is, very much so. But as we said, even down at 2 million, it's a massive chip deficit. But a couple of double ups, and all of a sudden you're back in the game. And okay, he's got both of them from behind, but yeah, you've got to get a little bit lucky there. And he wasn't that far behind in either of those hands, really. So Chris says I'm all in, and Dave says I call. It's ace-3 this time for Chris. It's jack-10 is at risk. It's the jack-10 that's at risk. 4, 5, 9. 5 needs to avoid a jack or a 10, and we've got a winner. And there we go, and it's over. And we've got a winner, and Chris Wilson is going to be our Scottish Amateur Poker Champion for 2023.
Oh, congratulations.
Very well done. Dave Kingswell will pick up the silver medal position. Very well done to them both. I'm going to go have a quick word with Chris if he wants to have a chat. I'm sure he will want to have a chat. Not particularly. Grab that, my friend, and we'll have a quick little word. That was a bit of a heads up all over the place, wasn't it?
Up and down. And then obviously I got lucky with 10s. It's a pretty standard hand. Just glad it held up. Yeah.
Now, how's your day? Have you played APAT events before?
I played a couple before years ago. I think it was back at the Genton in Edinburgh.
Okay. Yeah.
But I've not played any since, man. So yeah, just glad to have you back.
Yeah, fantastic. And of course, and APAT Scottish Amateur Poker Champion for 2023. How does that sound, my friend?
It feels good, mate. It feels good. It feels good. It just feels good. I don't know
Yeah,
what to say.
and as the weekend goes, did you enjoy the tournament? Enjoy the structure?
Exceptional. I played day 1A. Didn't do so good. Day 1B ran up a big stack. My plan was to play the Oma today, to be honest. I wasn't really planning on making a big stack today, but we did it. So yeah, happy to it.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to get set up for your winners photo, and very well done, and congratulations.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Nice and well done. There we go. There's our winner. We're just getting our Dave's getting his photo sorted over there. Let me head over so you can see that one happening as well. And there we go, Des. We have the conclusion. What a great, I mean, it was a great final table and a great heads up, I thought.
Absolutely super game. Enjoyed it throughout, and I know there was a bunch of you guys out there, so thanks for staying with us through the evening. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. Lee, are we going to stay on for the winner's pick, or are we going to call it a night?
Well, I think we'll probably call it a night because they're going to set. They say they've got to move some banners
setup
around to set that up because we're a bit tight in the corner here. So, but as you can see, Chris is just getting his stack ready, and then we'll get the banners sorted out behind him as well. So we'll let them go and do that. But yeah, I will call it a day here from Edinburgh. Thanks all for watching. A huge thank you to everybody at the Maybury, all of the staff, all of the TDs. Ross, our TD's this man has been a legend for the weekend. Absolutely done a superb job. Every single dealer, everyone that's worked in the casino, and most importantly, all of the players that have turned up and supported the event. It's been absolutely superb. Do you want a quick word? Will Dave want to have a word? Is he going to? Yeah, Dave's going to have a. He'll have a.
There he is.
Grab the mic, Mr. Kingswell. So close to a second APAT championship. How did you find that final table?
It was tough. The Scottish guys, I find are quite a bit more aggressive than I'm used to down my way. I think it's a different type of game which you have to adjust to and learn. But the guys are really good. The dealers were fantastic. But the guys were all really well to get on with, easy to get on with, and we had a good crack as well. So
you seem to enjoy yourself. I mean, even during day 2 earlier on, there seemed to be a lot of banter at the tables and just enjoying the weekend.
And there was plenty of playing the structure. Everyone was and there was a few jokes about the freeze up, but then everyone got on with it, and they just. I don't think everyone loved it, to be fair. And I'm glad I came up here. So obviously disappointed not to go to the final hurdle, but can't be too upset.
But you're adding another medal to your trophy cabinet, and as I say, it was Ireland back in 2017 when you won the gold. there's not many that even get to the final three of an APAT championship more than once. It's it's a big thing. So super proud of getting through 227 runners at the weekend.
Yeah. I mean, but you always want to go that one step. But I'll wake up in the morning, I'll be very happy. That's the thing. Now it's a little bit raw. I wake up in the morning, I think I'll probably smile bigger than I do now. Does that make sense?
And are you ever going to tell me the hand that you shoved with? We talked about earlier on.
Depends how drunk you get me.
Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Dave, thank you ever so much. Pleasure to watch you at the final table. Always is. It's always enjoyable to watch and enjoy your game. And hopefully we'll see you at another one soon.
Hopefully. Thanks very much for your
Brilliant. Nice one. There we go. So that's Dave Kingswell. So we're just getting sorted out now for this. So yeah, that is going to be us done from Edinburgh. I hope you all enjoyed it. It's great to have been back at the Maybury. Absolutely love this this casino. It's just got a special feel about it, Des. I know. So when we've been here in the past, it's so enjoyable to be part of. And yeah, we will see you guys all next live in Coventry on the 5th and 6th of August. But obviously we'll be back for the APAT show every Sunday night, and next Saturday we've got a special online edition for the Scottish online events that are going to take place next Friday and Saturday on GG Poker.
Yeah, so we look forward to those. Well, listen, Lee, well done on calling everybody out. Beautiful. Super well done to you for 5 hours on your feet, getting us right into the heart of the action. Thanks to everybody for sticking with us. And we look forward to seeing you, as Lee said, next weekend for some very cool online events indeed. So from the Maybury, from Lee and I, have a great week. Night, everyone.